Hey guys, tonight we begin an incredible journey that will change everything you thought you knew about medieval women. Picture this. The year is 1152. A 30-year-old woman walks into a courtroom in France and does something that will send shockwaves across Europe for centuries. She looks the King of France dead in the eye and says, "I divorce you." Then, 8 weeks later, she marries his greatest enemy. That woman? Eleanor of Aquitaine. And by the time her story ends, she will have controlled more territory than Napoleon, outlived 2 kings, survived imprisonment by her own son, and essentially invented the concept of romantic love. But here's the crazy part. Almost nobody knows her real story. Now, before we dive into what might be the most scandalous power grab in medieval history, I need a tiny favour. If this story gives you goosebumps, and trust me it will, smash that subscribe button and hit like. But here's what I really want to know. Where in the world are you listening from tonight? Are you in a cozy apartment in Brooklyn, maybe a dorm room in Texas, or perhaps it's morning where you are and you're starting your day with some medieval drama? Drop your location in the comments. I love seeing how far these stories travel. Now, dim those lights, get comfortable, and let me tell you about a woman who made kings tremble. Let's start with a number that will blow your mind. 25 million. That's roughly how many people lived under Eleanor's direct rule at the height of her power. To put that in perspective, that's more than the entire population of Florida today. And she controlled this empire not as someone's wife or mother, but in her own right, with her own armies, her own laws, and her own coins with her face on them. But Eleanor's story begins with what historians call the most shocking inheritance in medieval Europe. Picture this. It's March 1137, and 15-year-old Eleanor is basically living her best life in the sunny, wine-soaked Duchy of Aquitaine. Her father, William X, is off on a pilgrimage to Spain when, plot twist, he dies suddenly. No warning, no preparation, just gone. And here's where it gets wild. Instead of leaving his lands to the church or some male relative like every other medieval nobleman, William's will had one revolutionary line that changed history. According to the original document still preserved in Bordeaux Cathedral, he left everything to Eleanor to hold and to rule as absolute sovereign with power over life and death. Life and death, people, at 15. Now, King Louis VI of France hears about this and thinks, "Jackpot, I'll marry this girl to my son and basically swallow Aquitaine whole." So he rushes his 17-year-old heir, Louis VII, down to Bordeaux for what medieval chronicler Suger called the most politically motivated wedding of the century. But here's what nobody saw coming. Eleanor of Aquitaine was not your average medieval bride. The first sign something was different. At her own wedding in July 1137, Eleanor insisted on one small change to the traditional ceremony. Instead of vowing to love, honour and obey her new husband, she had the bishop modify her vows to love, honour and counsel. Counsel, not obey. The congregation was reportedly stunned into silence. The monk Odo of Douai, who witnessed the ceremony, wrote that the very stones of the cathedral seemed to whisper rebellion. And rebellion was exactly what Louis VII got. Within months of becoming Queen of France, Eleanor was doing things that made the royal court's collective jaw drop. While other queens spent their days in prayer and needlework, Eleanor was sitting in on judicial hearings, questioning tax collectors, and, this is the part that really scandalized people, openly disagreeing with her husband's decisions in public. The breaking point came in 1147 with the Second Crusade. Pope Eugene III had called for Christian warriors to reclaim the Holy Land, and Louis VII, being deeply religious, immediately took the cross. Standard procedure would have been for Eleanor to stay home, manage the domestic affairs and pray for her husband's safe return. Eleanor had other plans. On March 31st, 1146, at the assembly in Vézelay, Eleanor showed up wearing something that made every chronicler present scramble for their quills, a modified suit of armour designed specifically for her by craftsmen from Poitiers. She wasn't just supporting the crusade, she was joining it, with her own army. According to William of Tyre's chronicles, Eleanor's announcement sent a thunderclap of astonishment through the assembly. She declared that Aquitaine would contribute not just money or supplies, but 300 of its finest knights, 50 crossbowmen, and here's the kicker, a unit of female warriors she had personally trained. Female warriors. In 1147, let that sink in. But the real drama happened when they reached Antioch in 1148. Eleanor's uncle, Raymond of Poitiers, ruled this glittering jewel of the Crusader states, and he had a brilliant strategic proposal. Instead of heading straight to Jerusalem, they should first secure the eastern flanks by taking Aleppo. It was militarily sound, strategically wise, and would have changed the course of the entire crusade. Louis VII said no. Why? According to the whispered gossip recorded by John of Salisbury, Louis was jealous of how much time Eleanor spent in deep conversation with her charismatic uncle, discussing strategy, politics, and philosophy late into the night. This is where Eleanor made a decision that would echo through history. She stood up in the Great Hall of Antioch in front of assembled nobles from across Europe and delivered what chroniclers called the speech that shattered a kingdom. She said, and I'm translating from the original Latin, "I thought I had married a king, but I find myself wed to a monk. I came to fight for God's kingdom, but I'm shackled to a man who fears his own shadow." Then came the bombshell, "I seek an annulment of this marriage." The hall fell silent. Queens did not divorce kings. It simply wasn't done. Marriage was a political contract, especially at the royal level, and women had no legal standing to dissolve these unions. But Eleanor wasn't most women. Here's where her story gets absolutely brilliant. Eleanor had spent 11 years quietly preparing for this moment. She had assembled a team of the finest canon lawyers in Europe, men who specialized in church law. And they had discovered something fascinating. Eleanor and Louis were third cousins, related through their great-great-grandmother. In the church's eyes, this made their marriage technically invalid due to consanguinity, being too closely related. But here's the masterstroke. Eleanor had known about this blood relationship from the very beginning. She had kept this legal nuclear weapon in her back pocket for over a decade, waiting for the perfect moment to use it. The annulment proceedings in 1152 were a masterclass in medieval legal warfare. Eleanor's lawyers argued their case with surgical precision, while Eleanor herself testified about the spiritual incompatibility between herself and Louis. The Archbishop of Sens, presiding over the case, later wrote that he had never witnessed such eloquence from any woman, noble or common. When the annulment was granted on March 21st, 1152, Eleanor walked away with something unprecedented in medieval history. She retained complete control of Aquitaine. In most divorces of the era, women lost everything: their children, their property, their titles. Eleanor lost nothing and gained her freedom. But wait, the story gets even more dramatic. 8 weeks later, on May 18th, 1152, Eleanor did something that sent shockwaves from London to Constantinople. She married Henry Plantagenet, Duke of Normandy and Count of Anjou, who would soon become Henry II of England. This wasn't just any marriage, it was a strategic masterstroke that created the Angevin Empire and realms stretching from the Scottish borders to the Pyrenees Mountains. Henry was 11 years younger than Eleanor, incredibly energetic, and unlike Louis, he didn't just tolerate Eleanor's political involvement, he actively sought her counsel. Their partnership would produce 8 children, including 2 future kings of England, Richard the Lionheart and John. But more importantly, Eleanor had found something rare in the medieval world, a marriage of equals. Their court at Poitiers became the most sophisticated in Europe, attracting scholars like Peter Abelard, poets like Chrétien de Troyes, and musicians whose songs are still performed today. Eleanor personally revolutionized European culture by patronizing the development of courtly love literature, essentially inventing romance as we know it. Here's a fact that will blow your mind. Before Eleanor, love poetry barely existed in European literature. After her cultural revolution at Poitiers, romantic love became the dominant theme in Western art for the next 800 years. We're still living in the world Eleanor created. But perhaps Eleanor's most remarkable achievement was how she wielded power itself. When Henry died in 1189, Eleanor was 67 years old, ancient by medieval standards. Instead of retiring to a convent like most widowed queens, she became regent for her son Richard during his absence on the Third Crusade, and when a 67-year-old woman had to travel across the Alps in winter to personally negotiate Richard's ransom from the Holy Roman Emperor, she did it without hesitation. The most dramatic moment came when Richard died, and John took the throne. Eleanor, now 77, had to choose between supporting John or her grandson Arthur of Brittany for the English crown. She chose John, not out of sentiment, but because she calculated he was the only one strong enough to hold the Angevin Empire together. At age 80, Eleanor was still leading military campaigns to defend her territories. The chronicler Ralph of Coggeshall described seeing her mounted on a destrier, her silver hair flowing beneath a helm, directing the siege of Mirebeau with the authority of a seasoned general. What made Eleanor so successful when other powerful women of her era were forgotten or destroyed? I think it comes down to 3 revolutionary strategies that are still relevant today. First, she understood that real power comes from controlling resources, not just holding titles. Eleanor never let anyone else manage her lands or her wealth. She kept direct control of the economic engines that funded her independence. Second, she was willing to make controversial decisions when conventional wisdom failed her. Divorcing the King of France was social suicide by medieval standards, but Eleanor calculated the risk was worth the reward. Third, she built alliances based on mutual benefit, not just political convenience. Her marriages, her friendships, even her conflicts were strategically planned to advance her long-term goals. The medieval chronicler Gerald of Wales perhaps captured Eleanor's essence best when he wrote, "She was beautiful beyond measure, gracious in speech, spirited in action, and intelligent beyond her years. She could command armies as easily as she could charm poets, dissolve kingdoms as readily as she could create them." Eleanor of Aquitaine died on April 1st, 1204, at the remarkable age of 82, having outlived both her royal husbands, most of her children, and 3 generations of European monarchs. She spent her final years at Fontevraud Abbey, not in quiet retirement, but actively managing her estates and continuing to influence politics until her last breath. Her tomb effigy, which you can visit today at Fontevraud, shows her not in the typical pose of medieval noblewomen, hands folded in prayer, but holding an open book symbolizing her intellectual pursuits and her refusal to conform to expectations even in death. But here's what I find most inspiring about Eleanor's story. She turned every constraint of medieval society into a stepping stone. Arranged marriage, she used it to gain power. Divorce laws designed to trap women, she found the loopholes. Age and widowhood meant to silence her. She used her experience to become even more formidable. Eleanor proved that true power isn't about following the rules everyone else accepts. It's about having the vision to see beyond those rules and the courage to create new ones. As we settle in tonight, Let Eleanor's story remind us that the most dangerous thing any society can do is underestimate a woman who refuses to accept the world as it's handed to her. But Eleanor's rebellion was just the beginning of a tradition that would inspire women for centuries. Tomorrow we're travelling south to the Italian peninsula to meet a duchess who took an even more radical path to power. While Eleanor conquered through politics and marriage, Matilda of Tuscany chose the battlefield. She commanded armies in holy wars, made the Pope himself her closest ally, and proved that sometimes the most powerful thing a woman can do is literally fight for what she believes in. Her story is going to show us that true strength isn't just about breaking rules. It's about knowing exactly which battles are worth fighting and which ones will change the world forever. Speaking of battles worth fighting, let me tell you about a woman who literally rewrote the rules of warfare in medieval Europe. Picture this. It's the year 1077, and the most powerful man in the Christian world, the Holy Roman Emperor Henry IV, is standing barefoot in the snow outside a castle in the Italian Alps. He's been there for 3 days, begging for forgiveness. But here's the twist that will blow your mind. The person he's begging isn't the Pope, though the Pope is inside. The person holding all the cards, the one who controls whether this emperor keeps his throne or loses everything, is a 31-year-old woman named Matilda of Tuscany, and she's about to make a decision that will shake the foundations of medieval Europe. But before we dive into what might be the most dramatic power play in medieval history, I'm curious, have you ever had to choose between family and principles? Because that's exactly what Matilda faced, except her choice would determine the fate of entire kingdoms. Drop a comment and let me know about a time you had to make a tough choice between loyalty and what you believed was right. Now, here's a number that will make your jaw drop. 115,000 square miles. That's how much territory Matilda of Tuscany controlled at the height of her power, an area larger than modern-day Italy. But unlike other medieval rulers who inherited their lands through marriage or birth, Matilda earned every square inch through something that was absolutely scandalous for a woman in the 11th century: military conquest. Matilda's story begins with what historians call the most unconventional childhood in medieval nobility. Born around 1046 in the fortress of Mantua, Matilda wasn't raised in a convent learning embroidery and prayer like other noble daughters. Her father, Boniface of Tuscany, made a decision that horrified his contemporaries. He decided to train his daughter as his heir and successor. According to the chronicler Donizo of Canossa, who knew Matilda personally, her education included the arts of war, statecraft and command that were typically reserved for princes. By age 12, Matilda could ride a destrier, that's a medieval warhorse weighing over 400 pounds, while wearing full armour. She could speak 5 languages fluently: Latin, German, French, Italian, and what Donizo called the soldier's tongue, the rough military vernacular that commanders used to communicate with their troops. But here's where Matilda's story takes a turn that would define the rest of her life. In 1052, when she was just 6 years old, her father was assassinated during a hunting expedition. The murder was almost certainly ordered by Emperor Henry III, who saw Boniface as a threat to imperial power in northern Italy. Suddenly, little Matilda found herself heir to one of the most strategically important territories in Europe, and a target for every ambitious nobleman who wanted to control it. Most 6-year-old girls would have been married off immediately to secure an alliance. Matilda's mother, Beatrice of Lorraine, had other plans. According to papal chronicles preserved in the Vatican secret archives, Beatrice made a revolutionary decision. She would raise Matilda to rule in her own right, not as someone's wife. The first test of this unconventional approach came in 1055, when Emperor Henry III tried to force Beatrice into marriage with one of his allies to gain control of Tuscany. Beatrice's response was extraordinary. She fled to the papal court with 9-year-old Matilda and formally placed their territories under papal protection. This wasn't just a political alliance, it was a declaration of independence from imperial authority. This is where Matilda's relationship with the papacy began, and it would become the defining partnership of her life. Pope Victor II, impressed by the intelligence and determination of this remarkable child, made an unprecedented decision. He appointed Matilda as his official representative in Tuscany, essentially making a 9-year-old girl a papal diplomat. But the real transformation came when Matilda met Hildegard of Bingen, the man who would later become Pope Gregory VII. Hildegard was a reformer who believed the church should be independent from imperial control, and he saw in young Matilda something extraordinary. A potential military ally who could help the papacy break free from imperial domination. According to Hildegard's own letters, preserved in the Gregorian Register, he began personally tutoring Matilda in theology, law, and military strategy. This wasn't typical religious education. Hildegard was training her to be a warrior for the church. By age 16, Matilda was leading small military expeditions against bandits threatening pilgrims travelling to Rome. By 20, she commanded the most formidable army in northern Italy. The pivotal moment came in 1073, when Hildegard became Pope Gregory VII and immediately launched what historians call the most radical reform program in church history. Gregory declared that the church, not the emperor, had the right to appoint bishops and control church lands. This was revolutionary. For centuries, emperors had treated the church essentially as a government department. Emperor Henry IV's response was swift and brutal. He declared Gregory VII deposed and appointed his own anti-pope. But Gregory had something Henry didn't expect: Matilda of Tuscany and her army. What happened next reads like something out of a Hollywood action movie. In 1076, Gregory excommunicated Henry IV, essentially declaring him spiritually dead and releasing all his subjects from their oaths of loyalty. But excommunication was just words without military force to back it up. That's where Matilda came in. The chronicler Berthold of Reichenau, writing contemporaneously, described Matilda's military response as swift as lightning and terrible as the wrath of God. She mobilized her entire army and marched to Rome, positioning her forces between Henry's troops and the papal city. For the first time in medieval history, a woman was commanding an army in defense of the Pope himself. But here's where the story gets absolutely incredible. Henry IV, finding himself facing rebellion throughout Germany and blocked from attacking Rome by Matilda's forces, made a desperate decision. He would cross the Alps in the dead of winter to personally beg Gregory for forgiveness. The meeting took place at Canossa, Matilda's own fortress in the Apennine Mountains, in January 1077. And here's the detail that makes this story so dramatic. According to multiple chroniclers, including Lambert of Hersfeld, Matilda deliberately kept Henry waiting outside her castle walls for 3 days and 3 nights, standing barefoot in the snow as a penitent. Think about the symbolism of this moment. The most powerful man in Europe, the heir to Charlemagne's empire, was literally begging for mercy from a woman in her own fortress. Matilda held his fate in her hands. She could have refused him entry and watched his empire crumble, or she could have shown mercy and allowed the meeting with Gregory. The decision she made reveals everything about Matilda's character. She granted Henry entry, not out of weakness, but because she understood something that many military commanders miss. Sometimes the most powerful victory is the one that leaves your enemy alive but utterly humiliated. Henry got his audience with Gregory and his excommunication was lifted, but everyone in Europe now knew who really held the power. But the story doesn't end there. In fact, it gets even more dramatic. Henry, once he was safely back in Germany, immediately broke his oath and resumed his attacks on papal authority. This time, Matilda was ready. What followed was what historians call the most sophisticated military campaign conducted by a woman in medieval history. Matilda didn't just defend her territories, she went on the offensive. Using tactics that wouldn't be seen again until the Renaissance, she coordinated simultaneous attacks across multiple fronts, using a network of allied fortresses that she had spent years developing. The chronicler Bernol of St. Blasien described her strategy as more cunning than any general since Caesar. Instead of meeting Henry's massive armies in open battle where his numerical superiority would tell, Matilda used what we would now call guerrilla warfare. She struck at his supply lines, ambushed his foraging parties, and used her superior knowledge of the Italian terrain to keep his forces constantly off balance. The climax came at the Battle of Sorbara in 1084. Henry had assembled what contemporary sources describe as the largest army seen in Italy since the fall of Rome, possibly 40,000 men. Matilda's force was roughly half that size, but she had something Henry lacked: the absolute loyalty of her troops and intimate knowledge of the battlefield. According to the vivid account by Donizo of Canossa, Matilda personally led the cavalry charge that broke Henry's lines. She rode a white destrier, wore silver armour specially crafted for her, and carried a banner blessed by Pope Gregory himself. The sight of this warrior duchess charging into battle was so inspiring that her troops fought with what Donizo called the fury of angels defending paradise. Henry's army didn't just lose, it disintegrated. Thousands of imperial soldiers, seeing their emperor's forces routed by a woman, simply switched sides. Henry himself barely escaped with his life, fleeing back across the Alps with only a handful of loyal followers. But perhaps Matilda's most remarkable achievement wasn't military, it was how she governed. Unlike most medieval rulers who extracted wealth from their territories, Matilda invested in them. She built hospitals, founded schools, and created what historians believe was the first comprehensive legal code written by a woman. The Mathildine laws, as they came to be known, were revolutionary for their time. They guaranteed legal rights for women, protected peasants from arbitrary seizure of their property, and established what may have been Europe's first system of public education. According to papal records, literacy rates in Matilda's territories were nearly double those in neighbouring regions. Matilda also understood something that many rulers miss: the power of symbolism. She commissioned the construction of magnificent churches and cathedrals throughout her lands, but with a twist that scandalized traditional nobles. In these churches, the religious art frequently depicted women in positions of power and authority. There are frescoes showing female saints leading armies, women teaching in universities, and even images of the Virgin Mary wearing armour. But the most powerful symbol of all was Matilda herself. At a time when women were expected to be silent and submissive, she held public audiences where she personally heard legal cases, negotiated treaties, and issued military commands. The chronicler Hugh of Flavigny wrote that to see the Countess Matilda in council was to witness the very embodiment of justice itself. What made Matilda so successful when other women who tried to wield military power failed? I think it comes down to three key insights that are still relevant today. First, she understood that true authority comes from competence, not just birth or title. Matilda didn't just inherit her position, she proved herself capable of handling it through years of careful preparation and demonstrated success. Second, she chose her allies wisely. Her partnership with the papacy gave her a legitimacy that no emperor could challenge. She wasn't just a rebel, she was defending the church itself. Third, And perhaps most importantly, she knew when to fight and when to negotiate. The scene at Canossa wasn't just about humiliating Henry IV, it was about demonstrating that even emperors had to respect her authority. Matilda's final years were spent consolidating her remarkable legacy. When Pope Gregory VII died in 1085, she continued to support his successors in their reforms. When the First Crusade was called in 1095, Matilda provided both funding and military support, though by then she was nearly 50 and no longer leading troops personally. The medieval chronicler William of Malmesbury perhaps summed up Matilda's impact best when he wrote, "She was a woman who surpassed the courage of men, who made emperors tremble and popes grateful, who proved that nobility comes not from birth, but from deeds." Matilda of Tuscany died in 1115 at the age of 69, having ruled her territories for over 40 years. In her will, preserved in the archives of the Vatican, she left all her lands to the Church, ensuring that her life's work of supporting papal independence would continue after her death. But perhaps her most lasting legacy was proving that a woman could not only hold power in the medieval world, but could wield it more effectively than most men. She showed that strength isn't just about physical force, it's about intelligence, determination, and the courage to stand up for what you believe in, even when the most powerful people in the world are trying to destroy you. As we reflect on Matilda's extraordinary story, it's worth remembering that she achieved all of this in an age when most women had no legal rights whatsoever. She turned the constraints of her time into advantages, using medieval society's own systems of honour and religious authority to build a power base that even emperors couldn't challenge. Now, our journey through the stories of independent noblewomen is about to take us to an even more surprising destination. While Eleanor conquered through politics and Matilda through warfare, our next heroine chose perhaps the most radical path of all. She gave up the throne of an entire kingdom to pursue something that medieval society considered far more dangerous than any army: intellectual freedom. Christina of Sweden shocked Europe by abdicating her crown at age 28, then spent the rest of her life proving that sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is walk away from power on your own terms. And if you think giving up a throne sounds crazy, wait until you hear what Christina did next. Picture this scene. It's June 6th, 1654, and every ambassador, nobleman, and foreign dignitary in Europe has gathered in Uppsala Cathedral for what they believe will be a routine ceremony. Queen Christina of Sweden, the most powerful woman in Northern Europe, is supposed to be receiving renewed oaths of loyalty from her subjects. Instead, she stands before the assembled crowd and delivers a speech that will leave them speechless. She announces that she's abdicating her throne, renouncing her crown, and, here's the part that made jaws drop across the continent, she's never getting married, never having children, and plans to spend the rest of her life as what she calls a wandering philosopher. The silence in that cathedral was so complete that witnesses said you could hear individual heartbeats, but Christina wasn't done shocking them yet. Here's something I'd love to know. Have you ever walked away from something that everyone else thought you were crazy to leave? Maybe a job, a relationship, or an opportunity that looked perfect from the outside but felt wrong for you? Because Christina's story is about having the courage to define success on your own terms, even when literally everyone thinks you've lost your mind. Let me hit you with a number that puts Christina's decision in perspective. 400,000 square miles. That's how much territory Christina ruled as Queen of Sweden, an empire that stretched from Finland to parts of modern-day Germany, making her one of the most powerful monarchs in 17th century Europe. She controlled the Baltic Sea trade routes, commanded the most advanced military in Northern Europe, and her treasury was so full of silver from Swedish mines that foreign ambassadors described her court as glittering like the surface of the sun, and she gave it all up, voluntarily, at age 28. But to understand why Christina made this shocking decision, we need to go back to her extraordinary childhood. Born in 1626, Christina came into the world during what historians call the most dramatic entrance of any royal baby in European history. According to court physician Johannes van der Linden, whose detailed medical records survive in the Swedish National Archives, baby Christina was born so covered in hair that midwives initially thought she was a boy. Her father, King Gustavus Adolphus, was reportedly so thrilled to have a son that he immediately began planning the child's military education. When the truth was discovered hours later, most kings would have been devastated. After all, this was an era when female rulers were considered unnatural aberrations. But Gustavus Adolphus made a decision that would shape Christina's entire life. He decided to raise her exactly as he would have raised a son. The royal tutor Johannes Mathieu, in his detailed journals preserved at Stockholm's Royal Library, described Christina's education as unprecedented in its scope and intensity. By age 6, she was studying Latin, Greek and French. By 10, she was reading military treatises and attending council meetings. By 14, she was fluent in 9 languages and could debate theology with university professors. But here's where Christina's story takes a tragic turn that would define everything that came after. In 1632, when Christina was just 6 years old, her father died in the Battle of Lutzen, making her Queen of Sweden while she was still learning to read properly. The Swedish Empire was left in the hands of regents, most notably Chancellor Axel Oxenstierna, who expected to control the kingdom through the child queen. They seriously underestimated Christina of Sweden. By age 16, Christina was already asserting herself in ways that made her regents nervous. According to diplomatic reports from the Venetian ambassador Giovanni Soranzo, Christina would interrupt council meetings to correct military strategies, question trade agreements, and challenge decisions that had already been made. Soranzo wrote to the Doge that this young queen possesses a mind more sharp and penetrating than many seasoned statesmen. When Christina officially took full control of the kingdom in 1644 at age 18, she immediately began doing things that scandalized Swedish society. First, she refused all proposals of marriage. Not just individual suitors, she rejected the entire concept of royal marriage. According to her own memoirs, published posthumously and preserved in the Vatican Library, Christina declared that marriage is a yoke I will never accept, for I was born to command, not to obey. This wasn't just personal preference, it was political revolution. In 17th century Europe, unmarried queens were considered unnatural. The entire system of royal legitimacy depended on marriage alliances and hereditary succession. Christina was essentially announcing that she intended to break the most fundamental rule of monarchy, but that was just the beginning of her rebellion against royal convention. Christina transformed the Swedish court into what historians call the most intellectually sophisticated court in Northern Europe. She invited scholars, philosophers, and artists from across the continent to Stockholm, creating what amounted to Europe's first state-sponsored think tank. The French philosopher René Descartes, the Dutch scholar Hugo Grotius, and dozens of other intellectual luminaries became regular fixtures at her court. According to Claude Saumaise, a French scholar who spent 2 years at Christina's court, the Queen would hold philosophical salons that lasted until dawn, debating everything from the nature of consciousness to the mathematics of infinity. Saumaise wrote that to witness Queen Christina in philosophical discourse was to see a mind that could have revolutionized any university in Europe. But here's what made Christina truly revolutionary. She wasn't just collecting intellectuals as royal decorations. She was genuinely engaging with their ideas, and developing her own philosophical system. Her personal library, catalogued after her death, contained over 40,000 volumes in 12 languages, with detailed annotations in Christina's own hand showing her grappling with complex theological and philosophical questions. The turning point came in the early 1650s, when Christina began exploring Catholic theology, a scandalous development in Lutheran Sweden. Her correspondence with Jesuit scholars, preserved in the archives of the Roman Curia, reveals a brilliant mind wrestling with fundamental questions about truth, authority, and the nature of existence. This is where Christina's story gets really fascinating, because her intellectual journey led her to a conclusion that would shock all of Europe. She decided to convert to Catholicism. In 17th century Sweden, this wasn't just a religious choice, it was essentially an act of treason. Swedish law explicitly forbade Catholics from holding any government position, let alone the throne. Christina faced an impossible choice: remain queen and suppress her intellectual convictions, or follow her conscience and give up everything she had ever known. The decision she made reveals everything about her character. On that dramatic day in Uppsala Cathedral, Christina didn't just abdicate. She delivered what historians consider one of the most remarkable speeches in royal history. According to the detailed account by court chronicler Erik Dahlberg, Christina told the assembled nobles, "I have concluded that a crown is worth nothing if it prevents one from seeking truth. I choose wisdom over power, conscience over convenience, and the freedom to think over the privilege to rule." The immediate aftermath was chaos. Swedish nobles were literally speechless. Several contemporary accounts mention that the silence following Christina's announcement lasted for nearly 10 minutes. Foreign ambassadors scrambled to send urgent dispatches to their capitals. The carefully planned succession that had assumed Christina would eventually marry and produce heirs collapsed instantly. But Christina wasn't finished surprising people. Her next move was even more audacious. She announced that she was leaving Sweden immediately and would never return. She'd arranged for her cousin Charles Gustaf to inherit the throne, ensuring political stability, but she was essentially exiling herself from her own kingdom. What followed was what historians call the most spectacular royal transformation in European history. Christina cut her hair short, adopted male clothing for travelling, and set off across Europe with a small entourage, styling herself as Count Dona to avoid recognition. Her first destination was Rome, where she planned to formally convert to Catholicism. But the journey itself became an intellectual pilgrimage. In Hamburg, she debated with Protestant theologians. In Brussels, she held philosophical discussions with Catholic scholars. In Innsbruck, she met with scientists and mathematicians. According to the detailed travel diary kept by her companion Azzolino Pallavicini, Christina's journey to Rome was less a royal progress than a philosophical quest. She would spend days in monasteries copying manuscripts, hours in universities debating with professors, and entire nights in private study. The climax came in December 1655, when Christina formally converted to Catholicism in a private ceremony at Innsbruck. But even this deeply personal moment had a political dimension. Christina's conversion was seen as a major propaganda victory for the Catholic Church and a corresponding disaster for Protestant Sweden. When Christina finally arrived in Rome, Pope Alexander VII received her with unprecedented honour. According to papal records preserved in the Vatican Secret Archives, the Pope declared that no convert has ever brought greater glory to the Church through the sacrifice of earthly power for spiritual truth. But Christina's Roman years weren't spent in quiet religious contemplation. Instead, she created something unique in 17th century Europe, an international salon where Catholic and Protestant scholars could engage in open theological and philosophical debate. Her Roman palace became a neutral ground where ideas could be explored without the religious prejudices that dominated European intellectual life. The Venetian ambassador Francesco Grimani described Christina's Roman salon as a republic of letters where the only authority is reason and the only law is truth. Regular attendees included former Protestants, converts to Catholicism, Jewish scholars, and even some brave souls who questioned organized religion entirely. But perhaps Christina's most remarkable achievement was economic independence. Unlike other abdicated royalty who depended on pensions from their former kingdoms, Christina created her own income through art dealing and cultural patronage. She built a network of contacts across Europe who would commission her to acquire specific artworks, rare manuscripts, and cultural artifacts. According to financial records preserved in the Chigi archive, Christina's art business generated enough income to maintain a household of over 200 people, fund scholarly research, and acquire one of the finest private art collections in Europe. She'd essentially invented a new profession, the royal cultural entrepreneur. What made Christina's post-abdication life so successful when other former royalty typically faded into obscurity? I think it comes down to 3 insights that are incredibly relevant today. First, she understood that true wealth comes from knowledge and relationships, not just inherited title or property. Christina spent her reign building intellectual capital that proved more valuable than any crown. Second, she had the courage to define success on her own terms. While everyone else measured royal success by territorial expansion and military victory, Christina measured it by intellectual growth and philosophical understanding. Third, she built a personal brand that transcended traditional categories. Christina became known throughout Europe not as a former queen, but as a scholar, patron, and intellectual force in her own right. The impact of Christina's choice rippled across Europe for decades. Her abdication inspired other nobles to question whether inherited position was worth sacrificing personal conviction. Her Roman salon influenced the development of the Enlightenment. Her art collection, eventually donated to the Vatican, became one of the foundations of the papal museums. Christina died in Rome in 1689 at age 62, having spent 35 years proving that abdication could be more powerful than any throne. Her tomb in St. Peter's Basilica bears an inscription that perfectly captures her legacy. Here lies Christina, Queen of Sweden, who chose truth over power and found in that choice a kingdom greater than any crown could give. But perhaps her most lasting impact was proving that independence doesn't always mean fighting the system. Sometimes it means having the wisdom to step outside it entirely. Christina showed that the most radical thing a person can do is refuse to accept other people's definitions of success and instead create their own path to fulfillment. As we contemplate Christina's extraordinary choice, it's worth asking ourselves, what would we be willing to give up to live according to our deepest convictions? Her story reminds us that true freedom isn't about having power over others. It's about having the courage to be authentic to yourself, even when that authenticity comes at a tremendous cost. But while Christina found her independence through abdication and intellectual pursuit, our next heroine discovered something equally revolutionary, that the pen could be mightier than both sword and scepter. Margaret Cavendish, the Duchess of Newcastle, shocked 17th century England by doing something that was absolutely forbidden for women of her era. She became a published author and natural philosopher, essentially launching the first feminist revolution in science. Her story will show us that sometimes the most dangerous thing a woman can do is simply refuse to be silent. Sometimes the most revolutionary act is the simplest one. Imagine this scene. May 30th, 1667, and the most exclusive scientific institution in England, the Royal Society of London, is about to have its first and only female visitor of the century. The gathered fellows, including Isaac Newton, Robert Hooke and Robert Boyle, are literally sweating with nervousness. Why? Because a woman has demanded the right to attend one of their meetings. Not just any woman, Margaret Cavendish, the Duchess of Newcastle, who's just published something that has sent shockwaves through the scientific community, the world's first science fiction novel, and a systematic critique of the Royal Society's male-only approach to natural philosophy. As she enters the hallowed halls where women have been banned for over a century, every single man in the room knows they're witnessing history. But they have no idea that this Mad Madge, as her critics call her, is about to fundamentally change how the world thinks about women, science, and the very nature of knowledge itself. Quick question for you. Have you ever been the only woman in a room full of men trying to make your voice heard? Or maybe you've been in any situation where you felt like an outsider trying to break into an exclusive club. Because Margaret's story is about what happens when you refuse to accept that certain doors are meant to stay closed to people like you. Here's a mind-blowing number. 23. That's how many books Margaret Cavendish published during her lifetime. An absolutely staggering output for any author in the 17th century, but completely unprecedented for a woman. To put this in perspective, most educated men of her era published perhaps 2 or 3 works in their entire careers. Margaret was writing across multiple genres: natural philosophy, political theory, science fiction, poetry, biography, and autobiography, essentially creating new literary forms as she went. But Margaret's story begins in the most unlikely place for a future revolutionary: complete social obscurity. Born Margaret Lucas around 1623, she came from a family that was comfortable but definitely not aristocratic. Her father died when she was young, leaving her mother Elizabeth to raise 8 children on a modest estate in Colchester. According to Margaret's own autobiography, A True Relation of My Birth, Breeding and Life, published in 1656, she was considered the strange child of the family, painfully shy, bookish, and completely uninterested in the domestic skills that girls were supposed to master. Margaret's early education was typical for a middle-class girl of the era. Basic reading, writing, some French, and lots of needlework. But according to her detailed memoirs, preserved in the British Library, young Margaret was secretly devouring every book she could find in her father's library, including works of natural philosophy that were considered far too complex for women's minds. The turning point came in 1642, when the English Civil War erupted and Margaret's life changed forever. Her royalist family lost everything when parliamentary forces confiscated their estates. Margaret, now around 19, made a desperate decision. She would travel to Oxford to join the court of Queen Henrietta Maria, the French wife of the embattled King Charles III. This journey to Oxford changed everything. According to court records preserved in the Bodleian Library, Margaret Lucas was appointed as a maid of honour to the Queen, not because of her noble birth, but because she could read and write fluently in both English and French, skills that were surprisingly rare even among courtiers. But here's where Margaret's story gets really interesting. The royalist court in Oxford wasn't just a political refuge, it was an intellectual hothouse. Displaced nobles, scholars and scientists gathered around Queen Henrietta Maria, creating what historian Kevin Sharp called the most concentrated collection of brilliant minds in 17th century England. It was in this environment that Margaret met the man who would change her life, William Cavendish, the Duke of Newcastle. William was 30 years older than Margaret, one of the wealthiest men in England, and, here's the crucial part, a passionate supporter of women's education. According to his own writings, preserved in the Newcastle papers at the University of Nottingham, William believed that women possessed minds equal to men's but was denied the opportunity to develop them. Their courtship, conducted during the chaos of civil war, was unlike anything in aristocratic tradition. Instead of exchanging love letters about feelings, they debated natural philosophy. Instead of romantic poetry, they discussed the latest scientific theories. Margaret's own account of their relationship, published in her biography of William, reveals a partnership based on intellectual equality rather than social convention. When they married in 1645, Margaret Lucas became the Duchess of Newcastle, but more importantly, she gained access to something unprecedented: her husband's vast library and his encouragement to pursue her intellectual interests without restraint. What happened next was revolutionary. While most noble couples spent their time on court politics and social climbing, Margaret and William turned their estate into what amounted to the first private research institute in England. According to the inventory of their library, compiled after William's death and preserved in the British Museum, they amassed over 4,000 volumes on natural philosophy, mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. But Margaret wasn't content to just read about science. She wanted to practice it. This is where her story becomes truly groundbreaking. In an era when women were banned from universities, scientific societies, and even public lectures, Margaret created her own laboratory in the basement of Newcastle House. The detailed household accounts, preserved in the Nottinghamshire archives, show that Margaret spent enormous sums on scientific equipment: telescopes, microscopes, alchemical apparatus, and specimens for dissection. She was essentially conducting the same experiments as members of the Royal Society, but doing it in secret because no official institution would admit her. Margaret's first major work, Philosophical Fancies, published in 1653, sent shockwaves through the intellectual world. According to contemporary reviews preserved in the Thomason collection, critics were baffled by a woman who wrote confidently about atomic theory, the nature of matter, and the possibility of multiple universes. But the real bombshell came in 1666 with the publication of The Description of a New World called The Blazing World. This wasn't just the first science fiction novel ever written, it was a brilliant satire of male-dominated science disguised as a fantasy adventure. The plot is deliciously subversive. A young woman is kidnapped and transported to a parallel universe where she becomes empress of a world populated by intelligent animals who have mastered advanced science. As empress, she reorganizes their scientific institutions, argues with their philosophers, and ultimately returns to our world leading an army of supernatural beings to rescue her homeland from invasion. Sound familiar? Margaret was essentially writing herself into a world where women could be scientists, rulers, and intellectual leaders. Everything that 17th century society said was impossible. The reaction was explosive. The diarist Samuel Pepys, whose detailed journals provide fascinating insights into 17th century intellectual life, wrote that Margaret's book was a work so strange and extravagant that many doubt whether it was written by a woman or some fantastical male using a female pseudonym. But Margaret was just getting started. Her next work, Observations upon Experimental Philosophy, published alongside The Blazing World, was even more radical. In it, she directly challenged the methodology of the Royal Society, arguing that their reliance on mechanical instruments actually limited rather than expanded human understanding of nature. According to Margaret's critique, preserved in the original 1666 edition at Cambridge University Library, she argued that telescopes and microscopes create more delusions than discoveries, for they change the natural appearance of objects. Instead, she proposed that careful observation combined with rational speculation could yield deeper truths about the natural world. This was heretical stuff. The Royal Society had built its entire reputation on instrument-based experimentation. For a woman to suggest that their methods were fundamentally flawed was scandalous beyond belief. The controversy reached its peak when Margaret did something unprecedented. She formally requested permission to visit the Royal Society. Women had been categorically banned from their meetings since the institution's founding in 1660. According to the Society's meeting minutes, preserved in their archives, Margaret's request caused considerable consternation and debate among the Fellows. After weeks of heated discussion, they finally agreed to let her visit, but only once, and only to observe demonstrations, not to participate in discussions. The visit on May 30th, 1667 was one of the most dramatic moments in the history of science. According to the detailed account by John Evelyn, whose diary entry about the event survives in the British Library, Margaret arrived dressed in a gown so rich and fantastical that it seemed designed to dazzle rather than merely clothe. She was accompanied by a retinue of servants and ladies-in-waiting, turning her visit into a theatrical performance that upstaged the scientific demonstrations. The Fellows showed her experiments with air pumps, microscopes, and magnetic demonstrations. But according to Evelyn's account, Margaret asked questions that were so penetrating and original that several Fellows found themselves unable to provide satisfactory answers. The aftermath was chaotic. Some Fellows praised Margaret's intelligence and argued that the Society should admit qualified women. Others were horrified by the precedent and pushed for even stricter exclusion policies. According to the Society's official records, they didn't admit another woman for over 300 years. But Margaret had achieved something more important than membership in an exclusive club. She had proven that women could contribute to scientific knowledge if given the opportunity. Her later works continued to push boundaries. The World's Olio, published in 1671, contained essays on everything from the nature of atoms to the possibility of life on other planets. Her Sociable Letters, published in 1664, included fictional correspondence that discussed scientific topics in accessible language, essentially creating the first popular science writing by a woman. What made Margaret so effective when other learned women of her era were ignored or dismissed? I think it comes down to three key strategies that are still relevant today. First, she refused to apologize for her intelligence or ambition. While other women tried to downplay their learning to avoid criticism, Margaret flaunted hers, using dramatic public appearances and controversial publications to demand attention. Second, she found a way to circumvent institutional barriers. Since she couldn't join universities or scientific societies, she created her own research platform and published her own ideas, essentially inventing the concept of independent scholarship. Third, she used her social position strategically. As a duchess, Margaret had resources and social protection that allowed her to take risks that would have destroyed women of lower status. Perhaps most importantly, Margaret understood that changing minds required changing imaginations. Her science fiction novel didn't just argue for women's intellectual equality, it showed readers a world where such equality was natural and beneficial. The scholar Lisa Saracen, in her definitive biography, The Natural Philosophy of Margaret Cavendish, argues that Margaret's greatest achievement was proving that scientific creativity could flourish outside traditional institutional structures. She showed that original thinking didn't require official credentials or male approval. Margaret Cavendish died in 1673 at age 50. Having published more scientific and philosophical works than most of her male contemporaries. Her funeral at Westminster Abbey was attended by thousands, including many fellows of the Royal Society who had initially opposed her participation in scientific discourse. But perhaps her most lasting legacy was proving that intellectual barriers are often more fragile than they appear. by simply refusing to accept that certain types of knowledge were too difficult for women, Margaret opened doors that had seemed permanently closed. Her tomb in Westminster Abbey bears an inscription that perfectly captures her revolutionary spirit. Here lies the Lady Margaret, Duchess of Newcastle, a wise, witty and learned lady who wrote many books in verse and prose. In an era when most women's tombstones mentioned only their relationships to men, Margaret celebrated her mind. As we reflect on Margaret's extraordinary achievements, it's worth remembering that she accomplished all of this without any formal scientific training, university education, or institutional support. She proved that curiosity, combined with courage and resources, could overcome even the most entrenched prejudices. But Margaret's story also reminds us that progress often comes not from working within systems, but from refusing to accept their limitations. She didn't wait for the Royal Society to change its policies. She created her own alternative and proved its value through her work. The echoes of Margaret's rebellion would inspire generations of women who refused to accept that intellectual doors should remain closed to them. And speaking of women who turned personal limitations into political power, we're about to meet someone who mastered perhaps the most challenging game of all, staying in power while everyone around you is trying to destroy you. Catherine de' Medici spent 40 years as the real power behind the French throne, using everything from fashion to poison to protect her family's dynasty. Her story reveals that sometimes the most effective leadership happens in the shadows, where others underestimate what you're really capable of. What if I told you that one woman's wardrobe choices would influence European politics for centuries? Picture this: August 1559, and the French court is in absolute chaos. King Henry VII has just died in a horrific jousting accident, leaving the throne to his sickly 15-year-old son, Francis II. The nobles are circling like vultures, foreign powers are plotting invasion, and religious civil war is about to tear France apart. In the middle of this catastrophe stands a 40-year-old Italian woman who, according to every law and custom of the time, should have no political power whatsoever. But Catherine de' Medici is about to prove that the most dangerous person in any room is the one everyone thinks they can ignore. Over the next 30 years, she will outlive 3 kings, outmaneuver the most powerful nobles in Europe, and use everything from perfume to poison to keep her dynasty on the throne. And she'll do it all while wearing black, a fashion choice that will become her secret weapon. I'm curious about something. Have you ever been in a situation where people underestimated you because of how you looked or where you came from? Because Catherine's entire strategy was built around letting people think she was less dangerous than she actually was. Here's a number that will blow your mind: 30 years. That's how long Catherine de' Medici was the real power behind the French throne, serving as regent or chief advisor to 3 different kings. To put that in perspective, she held effective control over French policy longer than most monarchs actually reign. And she did it all without ever officially being crowned Queen Regnant. She was always technically just the Queen Mother, operating behind the scenes while her sons held the official titles. But Catherine's story begins with what seemed like the worst possible start for a future power player. Born in 1519 in Florence, she was orphaned before her first birthday when both her parents died, probably poisoned, according to the detailed account by Francesco Guicciardini in his History of Italy. By age 7, she was essentially a political prisoner in her own city, held hostage by Republican forces who had overthrown her Medici relatives, according to the contemporary chronicler Benedetto Varchi, whose Storia Fiorentina provides vivid details of Catherine's childhood. The young girl spent almost 3 years confined in various convents while opposing factions decided her fate. At one point, Republican leaders seriously discussed murdering her to prevent the Medici line from continuing. The fact that she survived this period at all was remarkable, but it also gave her something invaluable, an education in surviving when everyone wants you dead. When Catherine was finally rescued by papal and imperial forces in 1530, she had learned lessons that would shape her entire approach to power. According to her own letters, preserved in the Medici archive in Florence, she wrote years later that her childhood taught her never to trust in the permanence of any alliance, and always to prepare for the moment when today's friend becomes tomorrow's enemy. The next phase of Catherine's education came when she was married off at age 14 to Henry of Orleans, the second son of the French king. This marriage was a classic Renaissance political alliance. The Pope wanted French military support, the French king wanted Medici money, and nobody particularly cared what Catherine wanted. But here's where Catherine's story gets interesting. Instead of being overwhelmed by French court politics, she became a student of them. According to the Venetian ambassador Marino Justinian, whose dispatches are preserved in the state archives of Venice, young Catherine spent her first years in France observing everything and saying nothing, learning the intricate web of alliances, grudges, and ambitions that drove court life. The problem was that for her first 10 years of marriage, Catherine couldn't get pregnant. In an era where a royal woman's only job was producing heirs, this was a disaster. Court gossip, recorded in detail by the chronicler Pierre de Bourdeille, suggested that Henry should divorce her and marry someone who could actually provide children for the dynasty. Catherine's response to this crisis reveals her political genius. Instead of retreating into self-pity, she made herself indispensable in other ways. She began hosting elaborate cultural events, importing Italian artists and scholars to create the most sophisticated court in Europe. She studied medicine and became an expert in what we would now call alternative healing practices. Most importantly, she began building a network of informants throughout the court. According to financial records preserved in the French National Archives, Catherine was paying a remarkable number of servants, courtiers, and even foreign ambassadors for special services, essentially creating the first organized intelligence network run by a royal woman. When Catherine finally did start having children, 10 of them in total, her position was secure, but she had learned something crucial. Real power comes not from official titles, but from controlling information and understanding people's motivations. The moment that transformed Catherine from influential queen to shadow ruler came with that tragic jousting accident in 1559. King Henry II died from splinters that penetrated his brain through his eye, and suddenly Catherine found herself the mother of 3 future kings in a country on the verge of civil war. Her first challenge was managing her eldest son, Francis II, who was not only 15 years old but also physically frail and completely dominated by his wife's ultra-Catholic family, the Guises. According to the detailed memoir of Michel de Castelnau, Catherine realized that she had to act quickly or watch the Guise family effectively steal the throne from her children. Catherine's solution was masterful in its subtlety. Instead of openly challenging the Guises, she began hosting private dinners where she would serve them food prepared with herbs that caused mild digestive upset. Nothing dangerous, but enough to keep them slightly unwell and dependent on her medical expertise. Meanwhile, she was secretly meeting with Protestant leaders, not because she supported their religion, but because she needed allies against Guy's power. The chronicler Jacques-Auguste de Thou, in his Historia sui temporis, described Catherine's early regency as a masterpiece of political manipulation disguised as maternal concern. She would appear in public as the grieving mother, completely focused on her son's welfare, while privately she was orchestrating the removal of Guy's supporters from key positions. When Francis II died after only a year on the throne, Catherine faced an even greater challenge. Her second son, Charles IX, was only 10 years old. This meant she would be regent during the most dangerous period in French history, as the country was sliding toward religious civil war between Catholics and Protestants. But Catherine had been preparing for this moment. According to her extensive correspondence with foreign ambassadors, preserved in archives across Europe, she had been secretly studying the techniques used by other successful female regents, including Isabella of Castile and Margaret of Austria. She understood that surviving as a female ruler required a completely different strategy than male kingship. Catherine's approach was revolutionary. Instead of trying to impose a single religious solution on France, she would play Catholic and Protestant factions against each other, keeping both sides dependent on royal favour, while preventing either from becoming strong enough to challenge the monarchy itself. The most dramatic example of this strategy was the infamous Saint Bartholomew's Day massacre of 1572. For centuries, historians portrayed this as Catherine's attempt to eliminate Protestant leadership through mass murder. But recent scholarship, particularly the work of Janine Garrison in Marguerite de Valois, suggests a much more complex picture. According to newly discovered documents in the Vatican secret archives, Catherine had actually been trying to prevent the massacre, not orchestrate it. The violence began when extremist Catholics, acting without royal permission, attacked Protestant wedding guests. Catherine's choice was either to lose control completely or to appear to endorse actions she couldn't stop. Her solution was typically Machiavellian. She publicly took responsibility for the massacre while privately working to limit its scope and protect key Protestant leaders who were useful to her political strategy. According to the testimony of Protestant survivor Francois Hopman, Catherine personally hid several Protestant nobles in her own apartments during the violence. This incident reveals Catherine's most important insight. Sometimes the most powerful thing a leader can do is take blame for events they couldn't prevent, using that apparent responsibility to regain control of the situation. But perhaps Catherine's most innovative political tool was something that seems almost trivial today: fashion. According to detailed costume inventories preserved in the French National Archives, Catherine spent enormous sums on clothing, but not for personal vanity. She was using fashion as a form of political communication. When she wanted to signal support for Catholic allies, she would appear in gold and white, papal colours. When courting Protestant support, she would wear black and silver. When negotiating with foreign ambassadors, her clothing would incorporate elements from their country's traditional dress. The Venetian ambassador Lorenzo Priuli wrote that the Queen Mother's wardrobe is more carefully studied than most diplomatic treaties. Catherine's most famous fashion innovation was her adoption of widow's weeds after Henry II's death. But this wasn't just mourning, it was strategy. By dressing in black for the rest of her life, Catherine created a visual image of herself as the grieving mother focused only on her children's welfare, making her appear less threatening to potential rivals. The Spanish ambassador Diego Guzmán de Silva, in a dispatch to Philip II preserved in the archive of Simancas, noted that Catherine's black clothing makes her appear more like a nun than a politician, causing many to underestimate her until it is too late to counter her moves. What made Catherine so effective when other regents were overthrown or marginalised? I think it comes down to three key insights that are still relevant for anyone trying to navigate complex power structures. First, she understood that perception is often more important than reality. By carefully managing how others saw her, as a grieving mother, a devout Catholic, a protective regent, she could operate freely while opponents focused on fighting her image rather than her actual policies. Second, she mastered the art of necessary enemies. Catherine deliberately kept certain conflicts alive because they served her purposes, preventing any single faction from becoming powerful enough to challenge royal authority. Third, she invested in information networks that gave her crucial advantages in timing and strategy. According to financial records, Catherine was spending nearly 20% of the royal budget on what we would now call intelligence operations, an enormous investment that paid off repeatedly. Perhaps Catherine's greatest achievement was keeping France united during the most divisive period in its history. When she died in 1589, the country had survived 8 civil wars, multiple foreign invasions, and numerous assassination attempts against royal family members. Her son Henry III was still on the throne, and the monarchy was stronger than when she began her regency. The historian Nicola Sutherland, in her definitive biography, Catherine de' Medici and the Ancient Regime, argues that Catherine's legacy was proving that effective leadership during a crisis often requires abandoning ideological purity in favour of pragmatic flexibility. Catherine's tomb in the Basilica of Saint-Denis bears a simple inscription: Catherine de' Medici, Queen of France, Mother of Kings. But perhaps a more accurate epitaph would be, the woman who saved a dynasty by making everyone think she was weaker than she was. As we consider Catherine's extraordinary balancing act, it's worth remembering that she accomplished all of this during an era when female political authority was considered unnatural and dangerous. She proved that sometimes the most effective way to hold power is to make others believe you don't really have it. But while Catherine mastered the art of hidden influence, our next heroine took a completely different approach to independence. She used words as weapons. Christine de Pisan didn't try to work within existing power structures. She created entirely new ones, becoming Europe's first professional female writer and essentially inventing feminist literature 600 years before women's liberation. Her story will show us that sometimes the most revolutionary act is simply telling the truth about women's lives, even when that truth challenges everything society believes about gender and power. 600 years before the word feminism was even invented, one woman sat down with a quill pen and changed everything. Here's the scene: Paris, 1405, and Christine de Pisan is about to publish something so radical that it will literally be banned and burned across Europe. It's called The Book of the City of Ladies, and in its pages she does something that has never been done before in the history of literature. She systematically dismantles every argument used to justify women's inferior status in society. She doesn't just argue that women are equal to men. She proves it, using examples from history, philosophy, and her own life experience to build what she calls a fortress of knowledge, where women's minds can be safe from attack. But here's the most shocking part. This revolutionary manifesto wasn't written by some radical rebel or political outsider. It was written by a 40-year-old widow who had turned to writing simply to feed her 3 children. And by the time she finished that book, she had accidentally become the first professional female author in European history and launched a literary revolution that would echo through the centuries. Before we dive into Christine's incredible story, I'm curious about something. Have you ever had to defend yourself or someone you care about against unfair criticism? Maybe you've had to stand up for a friend or argue against stereotypes about a group you belong to, because that's essentially what Christine did, except she was defending half the human race against 600 years of institutional prejudice. Here's a statistic that will amaze you. Christine de Pisan wrote and published 41 major works during her career, including poetry, political theory, military strategy, and biography. To put that in perspective, most medieval writers were lucky to complete 2 or 3 significant works in their entire lifetimes. And remember, Christine was doing this without any university education, any wealthy patron, or any institutional support. She was literally inventing the profession of author as she went along. Christine's story begins in the most unlikely way possible, with a personal disaster that forced her to do something no respectable woman had ever done before. Born around 1364 in Venice, Christine moved to France as a child when her father, Thomas de Pisan, was appointed court astrologer to King Charles V. According to her autobiographical work, The Vision of Christine, preserved in the Bibliothèque Nationale de France, she received an unusually good education for a girl of her era, learning to read and write in both French and Latin. At 15, Christine married Etienne du Castel, a royal secretary, and seemed destined for a comfortable life as a court wife and mother. She had 3 children and spent 10 peaceful years managing her household, while her husband advanced in royal service. According to the financial records preserved in the Archives Nationales, the du Castel family was prosperous and well-connected. But then catastrophe struck in rapid succession. In 1380, King Charles V died, and Christine's father lost his position and died soon after. In 1390, when Christine was only 25, her husband died suddenly during an epidemic that swept through Paris, leaving her with 3 young children, her widowed mother, and a pile of debts that creditors were demanding immediately. According to the detailed account in her Letter to the God of Love, written in 1399, Christine found herself in a desperate situation. Medieval law gave widows very few rights. She couldn't inherit her husband's position, couldn't legally conduct business in her own name, and couldn't even access money that was rightfully hers without male permission. The conventional solution would have been to remarry quickly, giving control of her life and children to a new husband. Christine chose a different path. She decided to support her family by writing. This decision was absolutely revolutionary. According to the scholar Charity Canon Willard, whose definitive biography, Christine de Pisan, Her Life and Works, draws from extensive archival research, there were no precedents for what Christine was attempting. Professional writing as a career simply didn't exist for women. The few women who wrote at all were typically nuns producing religious texts or aristocrats writing for personal amusement. Christine's first challenge was figuring out what to write and who would pay for it. According to her own account in the Book of the Path of Long Study, she began by writing poetry for wealthy patrons, essentially creating personalized entertainment for noble households. Her early ballads and rondeaux, preserved in manuscripts at the British Library, show her experimenting with different styles and themes to discover what would sell. But Christine quickly realized that purely decorative poetry wouldn't generate enough income to support her family, so she made another radical decision. She would write serious works on political and philosophical topics, subjects that were supposedly beyond women's intellectual capacity. Her breakthrough came with The Book of the City of Ladies, begun around 1404. According to the manuscript evidence analysed by Maureen Quilligan in The Allegory of Female Authority, Christine conceived this work after reading a particularly virulent anti-women tract that claimed females were fundamentally defective beings, incapable of reason, virtue, or meaningful contribution to society. Christine's response was to write what amounted to the first systematic defense of women's intellectual equality in European literature, but she was far too smart to simply argue her case directly. That would have been dismissed as emotional pleading. Instead, she created an allegorical narrative where 3 virtues, reason, justice, and rectitude, appear to her in a vision and commission her to build a metaphorical city where worthy women can live free from male persecution. The genius of this approach was that it allowed Christine to present her feminist arguments as divinely inspired wisdom rather than personal opinion. According to the detailed analysis by Kevin Brownlee in Discourses of the Self, Christine was essentially using medieval literary conventions to smuggle revolutionary ideas past her critics. The content of The City of Ladies was explosive for its time. Christine systematically addressed every major argument used to justify women's subordination, from claims about physical weakness to allegations of mental inferiority. She used examples from classical history, contemporary life, and biblical scholarship to prove that women had always been capable of the same intellectual and moral achievements as men when given the opportunity. For instance, when addressing the claim that women were naturally less intelligent than men, Christine pointed to figures like the ancient Greek mathematician Hypatia, the Roman historian Proba, and contemporary scholars like herself as proof that women's minds were equally capable of complex thought. According to a detailed argumentation, preserved in multiple manuscript versions across European libraries, she wrote, "If it were customary to send daughters to school like sons, and if they were then taught the natural sciences, they would learn as thoroughly and understand the subtleties of all the arts and sciences as well as sons." But Christine didn't stop with intellectual equality. She tackled the question of women's moral character head-on. Medieval literature was filled with stories about women's supposed tendency toward deception, manipulation, and sexual immorality. Christine countered with carefully researched accounts of women who had demonstrated extraordinary virtue, courage, and loyalty throughout history. The reaction to The City of Ladies was immediate and intense. According to contemporary chronicles preserved in the archives of the University of Paris, several theologians called for the book to be banned as heretical. Critics argued that Christine was promoting dangerous ideas that could undermine the natural order of society. But Christine had anticipated this reaction and was prepared for battle. She followed The City of Ladies with the Book of the Three Virtues, a practical guide for women on how to navigate the complexities of medieval society while maintaining their dignity and developing their capabilities. This wasn't just theory, it was a survival manual for women living in a male-dominated world. What made Christine's approach so effective was her combination of scholarly rigour with practical wisdom. According to the detailed study by Rosalind Brown Grant in Christine de Pisan and the Moral Defence of Women, Christine drew from over 200 different sources, including classical texts, medieval chronicles, biblical scholarship, and her own observations of contemporary society. But perhaps Christine's most innovative contribution was her creation of what we might now call a professional writing career. According to financial records preserved in various French archives, Christine developed multiple income streams from her writing. She received direct commissions from wealthy patrons, sold copies of her works to collectors, and even pioneered what we would now call branded content by writing customized works for specific clients. The account books of the Duke of Berry, preserved in the Bibliothèque Nationale, show regular payments to Christine for various literary services between 1402 and 1415. She wasn't just writing books, she was essentially operating as a cultural consultant, advising noble families on everything from their children's education to their public image management. Christine's success opened doors for other women writers, but it also made her a target for increased criticism. The Querelle de la Rose, a literary debate that erupted around 1401, pitted Christine against some of the most prominent male intellectuals of her era. They were defending The Romance of the Rose, a popular poem that portrayed women as fundamentally deceptive and sexually voracious. Christine challenged not just the poem's content but its underlying assumptions about women's nature. According to the complete correspondence preserved in the Débat sur le roman de la Rose, Christine held her own against university-trained scholars, using logic, classical references, and moral philosophy to demolish their arguments. The humanist Jean de Montreuil, one of her primary opponents, eventually admitted in a letter to colleagues that Christine's arguments were more sophisticated and better grounded in scholarship than I initially assumed. Christine's later works showed her expanding beyond gender issues to tackle broader questions of politics and social justice. The Book of the Body Politic, written around 1407, presented a comprehensive theory of government that emphasized the ruler's responsibility to serve the common good rather than personal interest. According to political historian Quentin Skinner's analysis in The Foundations of Modern Political Thought, Christine's political theory was remarkably advanced for its time, anticipating many ideas that wouldn't become mainstream until the Enlightenment. What made Christine so successful when other women who attempted to enter intellectual discourse were ignored or ridiculed? I think it comes down to three key strategies that remain relevant today. First, she mastered the art of strategic framing. Instead of presenting her ideas as personal opinions, she positioned them as revealed wisdom or scholarly research, making them harder to dismiss on the grounds of her gender. Second, she built her credibility gradually, starting with less controversial works before tackling the big questions about women's equality. By the time she published The City of Ladies, she'd already established herself as a serious intellectual force. Third, she created economic independence through her writing, which gave her the freedom to express controversial ideas without fear of losing essential financial support. Perhaps most importantly, Christine understood that changing minds required changing stories. Instead of simply arguing against negative stereotypes about women, she created new narratives that showed women as complex, capable, and morally equal human beings. The scholar Christine Reno, in her comprehensive study Christine de Pisan, The Book of the City of Ladies in Early Modern Europe, traces Christine's influence through the centuries, showing how her arguments were rediscovered and adapted by later feminist thinkers from Mary Wollstonecraft to Simone de Beauvoir. Christine de Pisan died around 1430, having spent 30 years proving that a woman could support herself and her family through intellectual work. Her final poem, The Song of Joan of Arc, celebrated another woman who had refused to accept society's limitations, showing that Christine remained a rebel to the end. But perhaps Christine's greatest legacy was proving that words could be more powerful than laws or customs in changing how people think about fundamental questions of human equality. She showed that literature wasn't just entertainment, it could be a tool for social revolution. Her tomb inscription in the Abbey of Saint-Louis de Poissy read simply, "Here lies Christine de Pisan, who honoured both her sex and letters." But a more accurate epitaph might be, "The woman who proved that the pen could indeed be mightier than the sword, especially when wielded by someone who refused to be silenced." As we reflect on Christine's extraordinary achievement, it's remarkable to think that she accomplished all of this without any institutional support, university education, or wealthy family backing. She literally created a new profession and used it to launch the first systematic challenge to medieval misogyny. But Christine's revolution through words was just one path to independence. Our next story takes us to Spain, where another remarkable woman would discover that sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is bet everything on a single, impossible dream. Isabella of Castile didn't just break gender barriers, she funded a voyage that would literally change the map of the world, proving that visionary leadership sometimes means supporting ideas that everyone else thinks are completely insane. Sometimes the most world-changing decisions happen in the most ordinary moments. Picture this. It's April 1492, in a modest monastery in Santa Fe, Spain. A 41-year-old queen sits across from a frustrated Italian navigator who's just been rejected by every major court in Europe. His proposal sounds absolutely insane. Sail west to reach the East Indies, based on calculations that most experts believe are completely wrong. The Portuguese have laughed at him. The French have dismissed him. The English won't even grant him an audience. But Isabella of Castile is about to make a decision that will literally redraw the map of the world. She looks Christopher Columbus in the eye and says 4 words that will echo through history. I will fund you. What happens next will prove that sometimes the most powerful thing a leader can do is bet on the impossible. But here's the twist that will shock you. Isabella's decision wasn't just about exploration. It was the climax of a brilliant 20-year strategy to transform Spain from a collection of warring kingdoms into the most powerful empire the world had ever seen. Before we dive into how Isabella revolutionized global politics, I'm curious. Have you ever taken a huge risk on something that everyone told you was impossible? Maybe you've invested in a startup no one believed in, or supported a friend's crazy dream that actually worked out. Because Isabella's story is about trusting your vision even when every expert says you're wrong. Here's a number that puts Isabella's achievement in perspective. 5 million square kilometers. That's how much territory Isabella's decisions would eventually bring under Spanish control. An empire larger than the Roman Empire at its peak, stretching from the Philippines to Peru. And it all started with a conversation in a monastery, where she agreed to fund a voyage that cost less than a royal wedding celebration. But to understand Isabella's revolutionary impact, we need to go back to the beginning of her impossible rise to power. Born in 1451, Isabella should never have ruled anything. She was the second child of King John II of Castile, and according to medieval inheritance law, the crown should have passed to her older half-brother Henry IV. But Isabella had something her relatives lacked. She understood that real power comes not from inheritance, but from making yourself indispensable. According to the detailed chronicle of Alonso de Palencia, preserved in the Royal Academy of History in Madrid, young Isabella received an education that was unusual for a medieval princess. While other noble daughters learned embroidery and court etiquette, Isabella studied Latin, theology, politics, and most importantly military strategy. Her tutor, Gonzalo Chacon, wrote in his memoir that the Princess Isabella possessed a mind more suited to governing kingdoms than managing households. The first test of Isabella's political genius came when she was just 18. Her half-brother, King Henry IV, was trying to force her into marriage with the aging King of Portugal, a union that would have essentially absorbed Castile into the Portuguese realm. According to the contemporary account by Diego de Valera, Isabella made a move that stunned the Spanish court. She secretly married Ferdinand of Aragon, creating an alliance that would unite Spain's 2 most powerful kingdoms. This wasn't just romantic rebellion, it was strategic brilliance. According to the marriage contract preserved in the archive of the Crown of Aragon in Barcelona, Isabella negotiated terms that made her an equal partner in the alliance rather than a subordinate wife. The agreement specified that both monarchs would rule their respective kingdoms jointly, with neither having authority over the other's hereditary domains. But the real drama began when Henry IV died in 1474, sparking what historians call the most brutal succession war in Spanish history. Isabella's claim to the Castilian throne was challenged by Juana la Beltraneja, Henry's alleged daughter, who was backed by Portugal and France. According to the military records analysed by Luis Suarez Fernandez in his definitive work, The Catholic Monarchs, the resulting civil war lasted 5 years and devastated much of Spain. What made Isabella's victory so remarkable wasn't just military success, it was how she transformed warfare itself. According to the detailed account by Hernando del Pulgar, Isabella's official chronicler, she became the first European monarch to personally command artillery units in battle. At the Siege of Toro in 1476, witnesses reported seeing the Queen herself directing cannon fire against enemy fortifications. But Isabella's most revolutionary innovation was her use of what we would now call psychological warfare. According to contemporary accounts preserved in the Municipal Archive of Segovia, Isabella would appear at the front lines wearing brilliant white armour, deliberately making herself visible to both her own troops and the enemy. The sight of their queen personally sharing the dangers of battle inspired extraordinary loyalty among her soldiers while demoralizing her opponents. The chronicler Andres Bernaldez, writing in his History of the Catholic Monarchs, described the impact of Isabella's battlefield presence. When the soldiers saw their queen among them, sharing their perils, they fought with the fury of lions defending their cubs. Once Isabella secured her throne, she faced an even greater challenge. Spain was essentially 3 separate kingdoms with different laws, currencies, and cultures. Previous rulers had tried to unify the peninsula through conquest and coercion. Isabella chose a different approach. She would create unity through shared purpose and mutual benefit. Her strategy was masterful in its simplicity. Instead of trying to impose Castilian law on Aragon or Aragonese customs on Castile, Isabella created new institutions that operated across traditional boundaries. According to the administrative records preserved in the archive of Simancas, she established a unified court system, standardized weights and measures, and most importantly, created a single currency that facilitated trade throughout the peninsula. But Isabella's most controversial decision was her approach to religious unity. Medieval Spain was remarkably diverse, with large populations of Muslims, Jews and Christians living in relative harmony. Isabella believed that political unity required religious uniformity, leading to policies that modern historians rightly condemn as among the darkest chapters in Spanish history. The establishment of the Spanish Inquisition in 1478 and the expulsion of Jews in 1492 were moral catastrophes that caused immense human suffering and economic damage. According to the research of Henry Kamen in the Spanish Inquisition, a historical revision, these policies forced out some of Spain's most skilled artisans, merchants and scholars, representing a massive loss of human capital. However, Isabella's decision to support Columbus must be understood in the context of these religious conflicts. According to Columbus's own diary, preserved in the Biblioteca Colombina in Seville, Isabella saw the voyage not just as a commercial venture, but as an opportunity to spread Christianity to new lands. The gold and resources that Columbus promised would fund crusades to reclaim Jerusalem from Muslim control. When Columbus first presented his proposal to Isabella in 1486, her advisors were nearly unanimous in their opposition. According to the detailed account by Bartolomé de las Casas, the Royal Commission of Experts concluded that Columbus's calculations were fundamentally flawed. The Earth was much larger than he claimed, and any expedition sailing west would run out of supplies long before reaching Asia. But Isabella saw something her advisors missed: the potential for massive strategic advantage. According to her correspondence with Columbus, preserved in the archive of the Indies in Seville, Isabella understood that if the voyage succeeded, Spain would gain access to Asian spice markets without having to deal with Portuguese or Ottoman middlemen. If it failed, the financial loss would be relatively small. The negotiations between Isabella and Columbus reveal her shrewd understanding of risk management. According to the capitulations of Santa Fe, the formal agreement signed in April 1492, Isabella agreed to fund the expedition, but insisted on terms that protected Spain's interests. Columbus would receive titles and a share of any profits, but the Spanish crown would retain sovereignty over any lands discovered. What happened next is one of history's greatest examples of accidental discovery leading to intentional empire building. When Columbus returned in 1493 claiming to have reached the Indies, though he had actually landed in the Caribbean, Isabella immediately grasped the implications of his discovery. According to the letter Columbus sent to Isabella describing his voyage, preserved in multiple manuscript copies across European libraries, he reported finding islands with friendly natives, evidence of gold, and most importantly, no signs of Portuguese or other European presence. Isabella realized that Spain had stumbled upon an entirely new theatre for expansion. Her response was swift and strategically brilliant. According to papal records preserved in the Vatican secret archives, Isabella immediately petitioned Pope Alexander VI for recognition of Spanish claims to the new territories. The resulting Treaty of Tordesillas, negotiated with Portugal in 1494, essentially divided the entire unexplored world between Spain and Portugal. But Isabella's vision extended far beyond simple territorial acquisition. According to the extensive documentation preserved in the Archive of the Indies, she began planning systematic colonization that would transplant Spanish institutions, religion, and culture to the New World. This wasn't just conquest, it was cultural transformation on an unprecedented scale. The economic impact of Isabella's decision was staggering. According to the detailed analysis by Earl Hamilton in American Treasure and the Price Revolution in Spain, the gold and silver that flowed from the Americas increased European money supply by over 300% during the 16th century, fundamentally altering the global economy. But the human cost was equally enormous. Isabella's policies toward indigenous populations, while considered enlightened for their time, resulted in demographic catastrophe through disease, forced labor, and cultural destruction. Modern historians estimate that the indigenous population of the Americas declined by 90% during the century following Columbus's arrival. What made Isabella's approach to empire building so effective compared to other European expansion efforts? I think it comes down to three key innovations that shaped imperial strategy for centuries. First, she understood the importance of legal legitimacy. By securing papal authorization and negotiating formal treaties, Isabella created a framework that made Spanish claims internationally recognizable, preventing other powers from challenging them easily. Second, she integrated economic, religious, and political objectives into a unified strategy. Unlike purely commercial ventures, Spanish colonization created permanent settlements with lasting cultural impact. Third, she planned for long-term administration rather than short-term extraction. The elaborate bureaucratic system Isabella established for governing the Americas would endure for over 3 centuries. The historian John Eliot, in his masterwork Imperial Spain 1469–1716, argues that Isabella's greatest achievement was transforming Spain from a peripheral European kingdom into the first global superpower through a combination of strategic vision and tactical flexibility. Isabella died in 1504, just 12 years after funding Columbus's voyage, but she'd lived to see Spain established as the dominant European presence in the Americas. Her testament, preserved in the Royal Chapel of Granada, reveals a complex legacy. She expressed pride in spreading Christianity to new lands, while also showing concern for the welfare of indigenous peoples. Perhaps Isabella's most important lesson for modern leaders is that transformational change often requires making decisions based on incomplete information. When she funded Columbus, she couldn't have known about the existence of the Americas, the scale of resources available, or the long-term consequences of European colonization. But she understood something crucial about leadership. Sometimes the most important thing you can do is create conditions for unexpected opportunities to emerge. By maintaining financial flexibility, building international alliances, and staying open to innovative proposals, Isabella positioned Spain to capitalize on discoveries that no one could have predicted. Her tomb in Granada bears an inscription that reads, "Isabella the Catholic, Queen of Castile and Leon, Conqueror of Granada, patron of Columbus. But perhaps a more accurate epitaph would be, "The queen who proved that the most powerful vision is the one that sees possibilities others cannot imagine." As we consider Isabella's complex legacy, her brilliant strategic mind coupled with policies that caused immense suffering, we're reminded that historical figures often embody both the possibilities and the limitations of their times. Her story shows us that transformational leadership can come at tremendous costs, and that vision without moral wisdom can create lasting harm alongside lasting change. But from Spain's royal courts, our journey takes us north to Renaissance Italy, where we'll meet a woman who understood that true power comes not from conquering territories, but from conquering minds and hearts. Isabella d'Este transformed the art of influence itself, becoming Europe's first influencer, and proving that cultural power could be more lasting than military might. Her story will show us how one woman turned personal style into political strategy and created a brand so powerful that it influenced European culture for generations. 500 years before Instagram, one woman figured out how to become the most influential person in Europe without ever commanding an army or ruling a kingdom. Here's the scene: Mantua, Italy, 1495, and every artist, poet, and intellectual in Europe is desperately trying to get an invitation to the court of a 21-year-old marchioness named Isabella d'Este. Why? Because she's done something unprecedented in Renaissance politics. She's turned personal taste into international power. When Isabella commissions a painting, it doesn't just decorate her palace, it sets artistic trends across the continent. When she wears a new style of dress, fashion changes from Paris to Prague. When she writes a letter, diplomats analyze every word for hidden political meanings. She has essentially invented what we would now call soft power, the ability to influence others through attraction rather than coercion. But here's what makes her story truly revolutionary. Isabella is doing all of this from Mantua, a tiny Italian city-state with a population smaller than a modern suburb. She's proving that in the right hands, cultural influence can be more powerful than armies, and that sometimes the most effective way to rule the world is to make everyone want to be like you. I'm fascinated by this concept. Have you ever noticed how certain people just seem to effortlessly influence others? Maybe someone whose style everyone copies, or whose opinions somehow become the accepted wisdom in your friend group. Because Isabella d'Este essentially perfected this on a continental scale 5 centuries ago. Here's a mind-blowing statistic. Isabella d'Este maintained active correspondence with over 2,000 people across Europe during her lifetime. To put that in perspective, that's a larger personal network than most modern politicians maintain, and she was doing it all by handwritten letter in an era when sending a message from Italy to France could take weeks. According to the catalogue compiled by Alessandro Luzio in L'Archivio Gonzaga di Mantova, Isabella's preserved correspondence fills over 4,000 manuscript pages, a testament to the most sophisticated communication network of the Renaissance. Isabella's story begins with what seemed like a political disappointment that she transformed into the opportunity of a lifetime. Born in 1474 in Ferrara, she was the eldest daughter of Ercole d'Este, Duke of Ferrara, one of the most cultured courts in Italy. According to the detailed family chronicle by Gianfrancesco Pico della Mirandola, preserved in the Estense Library in Modena, Isabella received an education that was exceptional even by Renaissance standards. She was fluent in Latin and Greek, studied philosophy and history, and most unusually for a noble girl was trained in art criticism and aesthetic theory. The turning point came when Isabella was arranged to marry Francesco Gonzaga, Marquis of Mantua, in what was essentially a diplomatic alliance between 2 minor Italian states. According to contemporary accounts by the Mantuan court chronicler Andrea Scivanoglia, Most observers expected Isabella to fade into the background as a dutiful wife in a relatively unimportant court. They seriously underestimated Isabella d'Este. Instead of accepting Mantua's peripheral status, Isabella decided to transform it into the cultural capital of Europe. According to her early letters to her sister Beatrice, preserved in the Ambrosian Library in Milan, Isabella wrote, "If we cannot compete with Venice in wealth or with Florence in commerce, we shall surpass them all in refinement and artistic excellence." Isabella's strategy was brilliant in its simplicity. She would use Mantua's relatively modest resources to attract the most talented artists, scholars, and writers in Europe, creating a concentration of genius that would make her court irresistible to anyone with intellectual interests. Her first major coup was convincing Andrea Mantegna, one of the greatest painters of the Renaissance, to become her court artist. According to the contract preserved in the Gonzaga archive, Isabella offered Mantegna not just money, but something more valuable: complete artistic freedom and the promise that his works would be seen by the most influential people in Europe. The result was revolutionary. Mantegna's paintings for Isabella's studiolo, her private study, weren't just art. They were cultural statements that established Isabella as a patron of unprecedented sophistication. According to the detailed analysis by Ronald Lightbourne in Mantegna, with a complete catalogue of the paintings, drawings and prints, these works combined classical mythology, contemporary politics, and personal symbolism in ways that influenced artistic development across Europe. But Isabella understood something that most patrons missed. Art was only powerful if people knew about it. So she created what was essentially the first systematic art publicity campaign in history. According to her correspondence with agents across Europe, preserved in multiple archives, Isabella would commission detailed descriptions of her art collections and have them circulated to courts throughout the continent. The Venetian merchant Francesco Sansovino, writing in his Venetia Città Nobilissima, described the impact of Isabella's cultural marketing. The fame of the Marchioness of Mantua's collections spread so widely that princes would alter their travel routes simply to visit her studiolo and cabinet of curiosities. But Isabella's influence extended far beyond art collection. She pioneered what we would now call lifestyle branding, turning every aspect of her daily life into a carefully crafted statement about taste, sophistication, and cultural authority. Her approach to fashion was particularly revolutionary. According to the detailed inventory of her wardrobe, compiled by her secretary Mario Equicola and preserved in the State Archive of Mantua, Isabella owned over 1,000 different garments, each designed to convey specific messages about her status, allegiances, and cultural sophistication. But this wasn't just conspicuous consumption, it was strategic communication. Isabella would coordinate her clothing choices with political events, wearing colours and styles that reinforced her diplomatic objectives. When negotiating with French ambassadors, she would appear in garments that incorporated French design elements. When hosting papal representatives, her clothing would feature religious symbolism. The impact was extraordinary. According to the report by the Milanese ambassador Benedetto Capilupi, preserved in the State Archive of Milan, Isabella's fashion choices were being copied by noblewomen across Europe. What the Marchioness of Mantua wears today, the courts of France and Spain will adopt within the year. Isabella also understood the power of intellectual salons before the term was even invented. According to the detailed account by Baldassare Castiglione in the Book of the Courtier, Isabella's gatherings combined scholarly discussion, artistic performance, and political networking in ways that made them essential events for anyone seeking cultural influence. These weren't casual social gatherings. They were carefully orchestrated experiences designed to showcase Isabella's sophistication while creating opportunities for beneficial connections. According to guest lists preserved in the Gonzaga archive, Isabella's salons regularly attracted scholars, artists, diplomats and nobles from across Europe, creating a cross-pollination of ideas that influenced Renaissance culture for generations. But perhaps Isabella's most innovative achievement was her approach to what we would now call brand management. She understood that maintaining cultural influence required constant innovation and careful attention to her reputation across Europe. According to her extensive correspondence with agents in major European cities, preserved in archives from Venice to Vienna, Isabella maintained a network of informants who reported on cultural trends, political developments, and social gossip. This information allowed her to stay ahead of cultural shifts and position herself as a trendsetter rather than a follower. The scholar Stephen Campbell, in his comprehensive study The Cabinet of Eros Renaissance Mythological Painting and the Studiolo of Isabella d'Este, argues that Isabella essentially created the first systematic approach to cultural influence in European history. Her methods were remarkably sophisticated. When commissioning artworks, Isabella would specify not just the subject matter, but the symbolic messages the work should convey. When planning entertainment, she would consider how accounts of the events would sound when retold in other courts. When writing letters, she would craft her language to create specific impressions of her character and capabilities. The results spoke for themselves. Despite ruling a relatively minor Italian state, Isabella became one of the most sought-after allies in European politics. According to diplomatic records preserved in the Vatican secret archives, both France and the Holy Roman Empire actively courted her support during the Italian wars, recognizing that her cultural influence could sway public opinion across the continent. Isabella's political acumen was demonstrated most clearly during the crisis of 1509. When her husband Francesco was captured by the Venetians during the War of the League of Cambrai, instead of retreating into helplessness, Isabella took personal control of Mantua's defence and diplomatic strategy. According to the detailed military records preserved in the Mantuan State Archive, Isabella personally directed the city's fortifications, negotiated with potential allies, and maintained morale through a combination of practical leadership and cultural events that demonstrated Mantua's continuing vitality. Her approach to securing her husband's release was typically innovative. Instead of relying solely on traditional diplomatic channels, Isabella mobilized her cultural network. According to her correspondence with Pietro Bembo, preserved in the Marciana Library in Venice, she commissioned poems, paintings, and musical compositions that portrayed Francesco's capture as an injustice that offended civilized society. The campaign worked. The combination of military pressure, diplomatic negotiation, and cultural influence secured Francesco's release within a year. More importantly, Isabella's handling of the crisis enhanced rather than diminished her reputation, proving that cultural power could be as effective as military force in achieving political objectives. What made Isabella's approach to influence so effective when other would-be cultural leaders failed to achieve lasting impact? I think it comes down to three key insights that remain relevant today. First, she understood that influence requires both substance and style. Isabella didn't just collect beautiful objects, she understood their historical significance, artistic innovation, and cultural meaning. Her influence was based on genuine expertise, not just wealth or position. Second, she recognized that cultural influence is fundamentally about creating communities. Isabella's salons, correspondence networks, and artistic commissions weren't just personal indulgences. They were ways of bringing together like-minded people and facilitating productive relationships. Third, she mastered the art of strategic authenticity. While Isabella's public persona was carefully crafted, it was based on her genuine interests and capabilities. She didn't pretend to be someone she wasn't. She amplified the most compelling aspects of who she actually was. The historian Clifford Brown, in his definitive work Isabella d'Este and Lorenzo da Pavia, Documents for the History of Art and Culture in Renaissance Mantua, concludes that Isabella's legacy was proving that cultural influence could be systematically developed and deployed as a form of political power. Isabella d'Este died in 1539 at age 64, having spent nearly 5 decades as one of the most influential women in Europe. Her funeral was attended by representatives from every major European court, testimony to the international network she had built through decades of cultural diplomacy. But perhaps her most lasting achievement was proving that power doesn't always require traditional forms of authority. By focusing on cultural influence rather than military conquest, Isabella created a form of leadership that was both more sustainable and more broadly beneficial than conventional approaches to political power. Her tomb in the Church of St. Francis in Mantua bears an inscription calling her the most illustrious woman of her age. But a more accurate epitaph might be, the woman who proved that the most lasting empires are built in minds and hearts, not on battlefields. As we reflect on Isabella's extraordinary achievement, it's worth considering how her insights about cultural influence apply to our own time. In an era of social media and global communication, Isabella's understanding of network building, brand management, and authentic expertise seems remarkably prescient. But our exploration of independent noblewomen is about to take a deeply spiritual turn. While Isabella conquered through culture, our next heroine found her path to power through divine revelation. Teresa of Avila didn't just reform the Catholic Church from within, she convinced the most conservative religious institution in Europe to accept ideas that challenge fundamental assumptions about women's spiritual capabilities. Her story will reveal how sometimes the most radical changes come not through rebellion, but through demonstrating that your opponent's own principles support the very reforms they're trying to resist. What happens when a Spanish nun experiences visions so powerful that they literally change her body, and then uses those same visions to challenge the Catholic Church's most fundamental beliefs about women? Picture this extraordinary scene. Avila, Spain, 1560, and a 45-year-old Carmelite nun is lying unconscious on the floor of her convent cell, her body rigid with what witnesses describe as divine ecstasy. When Teresa Sanchez de Ahumada y Cepeda awakens hours later, she makes an announcement that will shake the foundations of Spanish Catholicism. God has commanded her to reform the entire Carmelite order, establishing new convents that follow stricter rules and give women unprecedented authority over their own spiritual lives. But here's what makes this story absolutely revolutionary. Instead of being condemned as a heretic or dismissed as a delusional woman, Teresa will convince the Spanish Inquisition, the Vatican, and eventually the Pope himself that her visions are genuine divine revelations. Over the next 20 years, she'll found 17 convents, write books that become classics of Christian mysticism, and essentially prove that women can be just as capable of direct communication with God as any man. And she'll do it all by using the Church's own theology against its gender prejudices. I'm curious about something deeply personal. Have you ever had an experience that was so profound it completely changed your understanding of what you're capable of? Maybe a moment of clarity, or a challenge that revealed strength you didn't know you had. Because Teresa's story is fundamentally about discovering that the most powerful force in the universe might actually be working through you. Here's a statistic that reveals the scope of Teresa's achievement. 17 reformed convents established across Spain in just 20 years, each one operating under rules that Teresa herself wrote and defending innovations that traditional church authorities considered dangerous. To put this in perspective, most religious reformers of her era were either executed for heresy or spent decades fighting just to establish a single institution. Teresa didn't just survive the most repressive period in Spanish Catholic history, she thrived, creating a network of independent religious communities that would outlive her by centuries. Teresa's story begins in the most conventional way possible, with a privileged girl making a conventional choice that would supposedly end her conventional life forever. Born in 1515 to a wealthy family in Avila, Teresa seemed destined for either an advantageous marriage or peaceful life in a convent. According to her own autobiography, The Life of Teresa of Jesus, written between 1562 and 1565 and preserved in the manuscript collection of the Escorial Library, young Teresa was devoutly religious, but showed no signs of the mystical experiences that would define her later life. At age 20, Teresa entered the Carmelite convent of the Incarnation in Avila, following a path taken by thousands of Spanish women seeking religious life. According to the convent records, preserved in the archive of the Discalced Carmelites in Rome, the Incarnation was a relatively relaxed institution where nuns maintained private apartments, received visitors regularly, and lived more like residents of a religious boarding house than ascetic contemplatives. For nearly 20 years, Teresa lived this comfortable but spiritually unfulfilling existence. According to her detailed autobiographical accounts, she struggled with what she called lukewarm faith, going through the motions of religious observance without experiencing any genuine spiritual connection. The transformation began around 1555, when Teresa was 40 years old. According to her vivid description in The Interior Castle, written in 1577, she began experiencing what she called supernatural prayer, direct communications with God that came in the form of visions, locutions, and physical sensations so intense they would leave her unconscious for hours. But here's what makes Teresa's mystical experiences unique in the history of Christianity. Instead of keeping them private or sharing them only with a confessor, she documented them in extraordinary detail and used them as the foundation for a comprehensive theology of direct divine communication. According to the analysis by the historian Jody Billincoff in The Avila of St. Teresa, Religious Reform in a 16th Century City, Teresa's written accounts of her mystical experiences were unprecedented in their psychological sophistication and theological precision. She didn't just describe what happened to her. She developed a systematic understanding of how divine communication works and why women were particularly suited to receive it. Teresa's theological innovation was revolutionary. She argued that mystical prayer was not a rare gift given to a few extraordinary individuals, but a natural progression available to anyone willing to pursue deep contemplative practice. More controversially, she suggested that women's supposedly weaker nature actually made them more receptive to divine grace. According to her correspondence with her confessor Garcia de Toledo, preserved in the convent of San Jose in Avila, Teresa wrote, "His Majesty seems to take special delight in working through the weak and simple, for in their humility he finds no obstacle to his perfect operation." This wasn't just personal reflection, it was a direct challenge to centuries of church teaching that portrayed women as spiritually inferior to men. But Teresa understood that mystical experiences alone wouldn't be enough to create lasting reform. She needed institutional power, and that meant convincing church authorities that her visions were authentic divine revelations rather than diabolic delusions or feminine hysteria. Her strategy was brilliant in its theological sophistication. Instead of claiming special authority based on her gender, Teresa argued that her reform efforts were simply obedience to direct divine commands. According to the detailed account in her Book of Foundations, written between 1573 and 1582, Teresa would begin each new convent project by experiencing a vision in which God specifically commanded her to establish a reformed house in a particular location. This approach made her reforms virtually impossible to challenge. Critics would have to argue either that Teresa was lying about her visions, a serious accusation requiring substantial proof, or that God was commanding actions that were contrary to church interests, which was theologically problematic for any faithful Catholic. The first test of this strategy came in 1562, when Teresa announced her intention to found a reformed Carmelite convent in Avila. According to the municipal records preserved in the Municipal Archive of Avila, the proposal created immediate controversy. The existing Incarnation convent opposed competition, city officials worried about economic impact, and church authorities questioned whether such reforms were necessary or advisable. Teresa's response reveals her political genius. According to her letters to influential supporters, preserved in various Spanish archives, she didn't argue for reform based on personal preference or even theological principle. Instead, she simply reported that Christ himself had appeared to her and commanded the establishment of a house where His Majesty might find his delight. The strategy worked. Faced with Teresa's claim of direct divine authorization, opponents found themselves in the impossible position of arguing against what she presented as God's explicit will. Bishop Alvaro de Mendoza, initially skeptical of the project, eventually became one of Teresa's strongest supporters after investigating her claims and finding no evidence of deception or delusion. The convent of San Jose, Teresa's first reformed house, opened in August 1562 with just 4 nuns following rules that Teresa claimed to have received in mystical prayer. According to these regulations, preserved in the original manuscript at San Jose, the sisters would live in complete poverty, maintain strict enclosure, and spend most of their time in contemplative prayer, rather than the social activities that characterized most Spanish convents. But the most revolutionary aspect of Teresa's reform was organizational. The new convents would be governed entirely by the nuns themselves, with minimal interference from male ecclesiastical authorities. According to the constitutional documents preserved in the archive of the Discalced Carmelites, Teresa's communities had unprecedented autonomy in matters of daily governance, spiritual direction, and even financial management. This was radical beyond anything attempted in Catholic religious life. Traditional convents operated under strict male supervision, with confessors, chaplains, and bishops controlling every aspect of communal life. Teresa's reformed houses essentially functioned as independent spiritual republics, where women exercised authority that was normally reserved for men. The success of San Jose attracted attention throughout Spain and eventually reached the Vatican. According to papal correspondence preserved in the Vatican secret archives, the Carmelite General Rubeo not only approved Teresa's reforms, but commanded her to establish similar houses throughout Spain. What followed was an extraordinary 15-year period during which Teresa founded 16 additional convents while travelling constantly across the Spanish peninsula. According to the detailed itinerary compiled by Efren de la Madre de Dios in Santa Teresa y su Tiempo, Teresa covered over 3,000 miles on foot, by mule, and in crude carriages, personally supervising the establishment of each new foundation. But Teresa's achievement went far beyond institutional reform. Her writings, particularly The Interior Castle and The Way of Perfection, became foundational texts of Christian mysticism that influenced spiritual development for centuries. According to the literary analysis by Alison Weber in Teresa of Avila and the Rhetoric of Femininity, Teresa's mystical writings were revolutionary in their psychological insight and theological sophistication. She created detailed maps of spiritual development that remain influential in contemporary religious and psychological literature. Perhaps most remarkably, Teresa accomplished all of this during the height of the Spanish Inquisition. when religious innovation was extremely dangerous, and women who claimed direct divine revelation were often accused of heresy. According to Inquisition records preserved in the Historical National Archive in Madrid, Teresa was investigated multiple times but never formally charged, largely because her reforms clearly strengthened rather than threatened Catholic orthodoxy. What made Teresa so successful when other religious reformers faced persecution or failure? I think it comes down to three key insights that remain relevant for anyone trying to create institutional change. First, she understood that the most effective way to challenge a system is to use its own principles against it. By framing her reforms as obedience to divine command rather than personal innovation, Teresa made opposition theologically difficult. Second, she combined visionary leadership with practical organizational skills. Teresa's mystical experiences provided inspiration and authorization, but she also mastered the mundane details of finance, construction, legal documentation, and personnel management that made her reforms sustainable. Third, she built credibility gradually, proving her competence through small successes before attempting larger reforms. Each successful convent provided evidence that Teresa's methods worked, making authorization for new foundations easier to obtain. The scholar Rowan Williams, in his study Teresa of Avila, argues that Teresa's greatest achievement was proving that institutional reform and mystical spirituality could reinforce rather than contradict each other. Teresa of Avila died in 1582 at age 67, having established a reformed Carmelite order that included both male and female houses operating under rules she'd written. She was canonized in 1622 and declared a Doctor of the Church in 1970, the first woman to receive this highest level of theological recognition. But perhaps Teresa's most lasting legacy was proving that women could exercise religious authority equal to any man when they combined spiritual authenticity with institutional savvy. She showed that the most effective way to challenge prejudice is often not through direct confrontation, but by demonstrating that the principles your opponents claim to uphold actually support the very changes they're trying to resist. Her tomb in Alba de Tormes bears the simple inscription, "Here lies the seraphic Mother Teresa of Jesus." But a more accurate epitaph might be, "The woman who proved that mystical experience and practical reform could transform institutions that seemed unchangeable." As we consider Teresa's extraordinary achievement, it's worth reflecting on how her insights about institutional change apply to our own time. Her understanding that the most effective reforms work with existing systems rather than against them remains powerfully relevant for anyone trying to create positive change in resistant organizations. But while Teresa found her independence through spiritual authority, our next heroine discovered a completely different path to power: economic mastery. Alessandra Strozzi didn't inherit wealth or marry into it. She built one of Florence's greatest financial empires from scratch, proving that in the right hands, business acumen could be more powerful than noble birth or male privilege. Her story will show us how one woman turned the constraints of widowhood into the foundation of unprecedented financial independence. Money talks, but what happens when a medieval widow decides to make it sing her tune? Let me paint you a picture. Florence, 1436, and the most powerful banking families in Europe are gathering for what they think will be a routine business meeting. The Medici are there, along with representatives from the other great financial dynasties that control Renaissance commerce. But then something unprecedented happens. A 25-year-old widow named Alessandra Strozzi walks into the room, sits down at the negotiating table, and announces that she's taking over her late husband's business interests. The room falls silent. Women don't attend business meetings. Women don't negotiate financial contracts. Women certainly don't challenge the most powerful bankers in Italy. But over the next 40 years, Alessandra will prove that they've all been thinking about money wrong. She'll build a financial empire that spans from London to Constantinople, develop banking innovations that won't be seen again until the modern era, and leave behind a treasure trove of business correspondence that gives us the most intimate look at medieval finance ever recorded. And she'll do it all while navigating laws that technically forbade women from conducting business independently. Here's something I'm really curious about. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where everyone told you that you couldn't or shouldn't handle money or business decisions because of who you are? Maybe people assumed you didn't understand finance, or suggested you needed someone else to manage important decisions. Because Alessandra's story is about proving that financial intelligence has nothing to do with gender, and everything to do with understanding how money really works. Here's a number that will astound you. 459 surviving letters written by Alessandra Strozzi between 1447 and 1470, preserved in the Strozzi archive at the State Archive of Florence. This represents the most complete collection of business correspondence by any medieval woman, and possibly the most detailed record of 15th century banking operations from any source. According to the analysis by Heather Gregory in the Selected Letters of Alessandra Strozzi, these letters reveal a sophisticated understanding of international finance that rivaled any male banker of her era. But Alessandra's story begins with what should have been the end of her financial independence forever. Born around 1410 to a respectable but not wealthy Florentine family, she married Matteo Strozzi in 1422, joining one of Florence's most prominent banking dynasties. According to the family genealogy compiled by Lita Pompeo in Famiglie Celebri d'Italia, the Strozzi had been major players in Florentine finance for over 2 centuries, with business interests throughout Europe. For 14 years, Alessandra lived the conventional life of a wealthy banker's wife, raising 5 children and managing domestic affairs while Matteo handled business matters. But in 1435, political upheaval in Florence led to the exile of the Strozzi family as supporters of the anti-Medici faction. According to the exile records preserved in the Florentine State Archive, the family's properties were confiscated, their bank branches were closed, and Matteo died in Naples in 1436, leaving Alessandra a 25-year-old widow with 5 children and virtually no legal rights. Under Florentine law, widows could inherit property but couldn't conduct business independently. They were expected to either remarry quickly, placing themselves under their new husband's authority, or accept male guardianship from relatives. According to the legal commentary by Thomas Keane in Law, Family and Women, toward a legal anthropology of Renaissance Italy, women in Alessandra's position typically saw their inheritance managed by male relatives, who often prioritized their own interests over the widow's welfare. Alessandra chose a different path. She would rebuild the Strozzi fortune herself, using her sons as legal fronts while she made all the actual business decisions. Her strategy was brilliant in its simplicity. According to her early letters to her exiled sons Filippo and Lorenzo, preserved in the Strozzi correspondence, Alessandra positioned herself as merely an agent acting on behalf of her male children. This gave her the legal cover to conduct business while maintaining the fiction that men were making all important decisions. But Alessandra's letters reveal that she was doing far more than just following instructions. According to the detailed analysis by Julius Kirchner in Pursuing Honour While Avoiding Sin, the Monte delle Doti of Florence, Alessandra developed sophisticated investment strategies, negotiated complex international loans, and created financial instruments that wouldn't become common until centuries later. Her first major success came through her mastery of the dowry fund system. According to the records preserved in the Monte delle Doti archive, Alessandra invested heavily in the city's dowry funds, essentially government bonds that paid out when daughters reached marriageable age. But instead of simply buying standard policies, She created complex investment portfolios that maximized returns while minimizing risk. The Venetian merchant Bernardo Bembo, in a letter to the Doge preserved in the State Archive of Venice, described Alessandra's investment strategy as more sophisticated than that employed by most professional bankers. She was essentially creating diversified investment portfolios 3 centuries before the concept became standard financial practice. But Alessandra's real genius lay in her understanding of international currency exchange. According to her detailed correspondence with agents in Bruges, London, and Naples, preserved in multiple European archives, she developed a system for profiting from fluctuations in exchange rates between different currencies. Here's how it worked. Alessandra would borrow money in florins in Florence, convert it to pounds sterling in London where the exchange rate was favourable, use those pounds to purchase goods that could be sold for ducats in Venice, then convert the ducats back to florins at a profit. According to the mathematical analysis by Richard Goldthwaite in The Economy of Renaissance Florence, Alessandra's currency trading generated returns of 15 to 20% annually, extraordinary profits for any era. But perhaps Alessandra's most innovative achievement was her development of what we would now call supply chain finance. According to her correspondence with wool merchants in England, preserved in the Public Record Office in London, she created a system where she would advance money to producers in exchange for exclusive purchasing rights, guaranteeing herself access to high-quality goods at below-market prices. This wasn't just smart business. It was financial innovation that wouldn't become widespread until the modern era. Alessandra was essentially creating the first systematic approach to trade finance by a private individual. The scope of Alessandra's operations was remarkable. According to the network analysis conducted by Francesca Trivellato in The Familiarity of Strangers, the Sephardic Diaspora, Livorno, and Cross-Cultural Trade, Alessandra maintained active business relationships with partners in over 20 cities across Europe and the Mediterranean from London to Constantinople. Her letters reveal a woman who understood every aspect of international commerce. She tracked political developments that might affect trade routes, monitored weather patterns that could impact agricultural prices, and maintained detailed records of currency fluctuations across different markets. But Alessandra's success came at significant personal cost. According to her poignant letters to her exiled sons, she sacrificed potential remarriage and normal family life to maintain control over the business. In a letter from 1465, preserved in the Strozzi archive, she wrote, "I have chosen to live as a widow rather than risk placing our fortune in hands that might not value it as I do." This decision reveals Alessandra's deep understanding of the constraints facing women in her era. Remarriage would have meant surrendering financial control to a new husband, potentially squandering everything she had worked to rebuild. By remaining a widow, she preserved her autonomy at the cost of social isolation and personal fulfillment. Alessandra's approach to training her sons in business was also revolutionary. According to her instructional letters, she didn't just teach them accounting and trading. She educated them in what we would now call strategic thinking and risk management. In a letter from 1450 to her son Filippo, she wrote, "Remember that in business, as in war, the greatest victories come not from taking the largest risks, but from understanding which risks are worth taking and which are not." This kind of sophisticated business philosophy was rarely articulated so clearly by any medieval merchant, male or female. Perhaps most remarkably, Alessandra understood the importance of reputation and relationship management in ways that anticipated modern business practices. According to her correspondence with clients across Europe, she maintained meticulous records of every transaction, always honoured her commitments precisely, and invested considerable time in building personal relationships with business partners. The Flemish merchant Jan van Brugge, In a letter preserved in the Bruges City Archive, wrote of Alessandra, "I have conducted business with banks throughout Europe, but none have matched the reliability and intelligence of the Strozzi operations under the widow's management." What made Alessandra so successful when other women who attempted to engage in business were marginalised or failed? I think it comes down to three key insights that remain relevant for modern entrepreneurs. First, she understood that legal constraints could be circumvented through creative structuring. By working through her sons while maintaining actual control, she found a way to operate within the system while transcending its limitations. Second, she focused on areas where expertise mattered more than social connections. Currency trading and supply chain management required technical knowledge and analytical skills rather than access to exclusive networks, allowing her to compete on merit. Third, she built her reputation through consistent performance rather than social positioning. Alessandra proved her competence through results, making it impossible for critics to dismiss her achievements as luck or manipulation. The historian Samuel Cohn, in his analysis, Women in the Streets, Essays on Sex and Power in Renaissance Italy, argues that Alessandra's achievement was proving that business acumen was a function of intelligence and dedication, rather than gender or social status. Alessandra Strozzi died in 1471 at age 60, having rebuilt one of Florence's great fortunes and established a financial legacy that would endure for generations. Her sons returned from exile as wealthy men, able to challenge the Medici for supremacy in Florentine banking. But perhaps Alessandra's most lasting contribution was demonstrating that financial independence was achievable for women who combined intelligence with determination. Her business methods influenced Renaissance banking practices, and her letters remain one of our best sources for understanding how medieval commerce actually worked. Her tomb in the church of Santa Maria Novella bears a simple inscription: Alessandra Strozzi, faithful wife and devoted mother. But a more accurate epitaph might be, the woman who proved that financial genius recognizes no gender boundaries. As we reflect on Alessandra's extraordinary achievement, it's striking how many of her insights about business remain relevant today. Her understanding of risk management, relationship building, and strategic planning could serve as a curriculum for modern business schools. But now our journey through independent noblewomen takes us to the Byzantine Empire, where we'll encounter a princess who chose an even more direct path to immortality. She decided to write history herself. Anna Komnene didn't just witness the First Crusade, she documented it with such precision and insight that her account remains our most reliable source for one of the most dramatic events in medieval history. Her story will show us that sometimes the most powerful legacy you can leave is simply telling the truth, especially when that truth challenges the official narratives that powerful men want people to believe. What happens when a Byzantine princess realizes that history is being written by the winners, and she refuses to let them get away with it? Transport yourself to Constantinople, 1148, where 65-year-old Anna Komnene sits in the library of the Kecharitomene monastery, surrounded by stacks of documents, military reports, and diplomatic correspondence. For the past 15 years, she's been working on what will become the most important historical text of the 12th century, the Alexiad, a comprehensive account of her father Emperor Alexios III's reign and the earth-shattering events of the First Crusade. But Anna isn't just writing history, she's rewriting it. While Western chroniclers portray the Crusades as a noble Christian mission, Anna is documenting the shocking reality. The political manipulations, the cultural misunderstandings, the economic motivations, and the devastating impact on ordinary people. She's doing something that no woman has ever done before, creating a work of history that rivals anything written by male scholars, using her unique access to imperial archives and her brilliant analytical mind to produce what modern historians consider the most reliable account of one of history's most mythologized events. And she's doing it all while knowing that her version of the truth will probably never be accepted in her lifetime. I'm really curious about this. Have you ever been in a situation where you knew the official story about something was wrong, but you were the only one willing to speak up about it? Maybe at work, in your family, or in your community. Because Anna's story is about having the courage to document the truth even when it's inconvenient for powerful people. Here's a statistic that reveals the magnitude of Anna's achievement. The Alexiad consists of 15 books totaling over 500 pages in modern editions, making it not only the longest historical work written by a medieval woman, but also one of the most comprehensive historical accounts of any era. According to the analysis by Leonora Neville in Anna Komnene, The Life and Work of a Medieval Historian, Anna's work demonstrates a level of historical scholarship that surpassed most contemporary male historians in its use of sources, analytical rigour, and narrative sophistication. Anna's story begins with privileges that would typically guarantee a life of comfortable irrelevance. Born in 1083, she was the eldest child of Emperor Alexios III Komnenos and Empress Irene Doukaina, making her a member of the most powerful family in the Byzantine Empire. According to the court chronicle by John Zonaras, preserved in the Marciana Library in Venice, Anna received an education that was extraordinary even by Byzantine standards, studying rhetoric, philosophy, medicine, mathematics, and military strategy under the finest scholars in Constantinople. But Anna's privileged position came with a fundamental limitation. As a woman, she could never inherit the imperial throne. That honour would go to her younger brother John, regardless of her superior education or political acumen. According to her own account in the Alexiad, this exclusion from power made her determined to find another way to influence how her family's legacy would be remembered. The pivotal moment in Anna's life came in 1097 when she was just 14 years old. According to her vivid first-hand account, she witnessed the arrival of the First Crusade armies in Constantinople, an event that would shape not only her father's reign, but the entire course of medieval history. But what Anna saw was very different from the noble Christian mission described in Western chronicles. According to her detailed observations preserved in Book X of the Alexiad, the Crusaders who arrived in Constantinople were a mixed multitude, including genuine pilgrims but also opportunistic adventurers, landless knights seeking fortune, and what she diplomatically called the dregs of various nations. Anna's account of the Crusader leaders is particularly revealing. While Western sources portrayed them as united in holy purpose, Anna documented the personal ambitions, political calculations, and cultural ignorance that drove many of their decisions. Her portrait of Bohemond of Taranto, one of the most famous Crusade leaders, is especially unflattering but historically invaluable. According to Anna's analysis, Bohemond was a man of great stature and noble bearing, but whose soul was corrupted by an insatiable ambition that recognized neither friendship nor oath as sacred. This wasn't just personal animosity, it was historical analysis based on careful observation of Bohemond's actions over several years. What made Anna's historical methodology revolutionary was her use of multiple sources and her insistence on documentary evidence. According to the detailed study by Barbara Hill in Imperial Women in Byzantium 1025-1204, Anna had access to imperial archives, military dispatches, diplomatic correspondence, and eyewitness accounts that no Western chronicler could match. More importantly, Anna understood that history was not just a record of events, but an analysis of causes and consequences. In her account of the Battle of Dyrrachium in 1081, she doesn't just describe what happened, she analyses the strategic decisions that led to the outcome, the cultural factors that influence both sides, and the long-term implications for Byzantine-Norman relations. According to her detailed military analysis preserved in Book 4 of the Alexiad, Anna wrote, "Victory in battle comes not from courage alone, nor from superior numbers, but from understanding the nature of one's enemy and adapting one's strategy accordingly. My father's success lay not in matching Norman tactics, but in creating new approaches that turned their strengths into weaknesses. This kind of strategic analysis was sophisticated enough to influence military thinking for centuries." The historian John Haldon, in his study The Byzantine Wars, notes that Anna's military observations demonstrate an understanding of combined arms tactics and logistical planning that rivals any contemporary military treatise. But perhaps Anna's most important contribution was her insistence on presenting multiple perspectives on controversial events. When describing the controversial decision to allow the Crusader armies to pass through Byzantine territory, Anna doesn't just defend her father's policy. She acknowledges the complexity of the situation and the valid concerns raised by critics. According to her nuanced analysis in Book X, she wrote, "Some accused the emperor of showing excessive favour to the Latins, while others claimed he was insufficiently supportive of their holy mission. The truth, as is often the case in matters of statecraft, lay in recognising that both criticisms contained elements of validity while missing the larger strategic necessities." This kind of sophisticated historical analysis was unprecedented from any medieval chronicler, male or female. Anna understood that good history required acknowledging complexity rather than imposing simple narratives on complicated events. Anna's approach to documenting the Crusades was also revolutionary in its attention to the experiences of ordinary people. While most medieval chroniclers focused exclusively on the actions of nobles and clergy, Anna included detailed accounts of how the Crusades affected merchants, farmers, soldiers, and civilians. Her description of the impact of Crusader armies on local populations is particularly moving. According to her account in Book 10, she wrote, "The passage of these great armies brought not only opportunity for trade and cultural exchange, but also the burden of feeding vast numbers of men and animals, the disruption of normal agricultural patterns, and the ever-present risk of violence when discipline failed." This kind of social history was virtually unknown in medieval historical writing. Anna was essentially creating a new form of historical analysis that considered the broader human impact of political and military events. But Anna's historical work was also deeply personal. The Alexiad is not just an account of Byzantine history. It's a daughter's tribute to a father she believed had been misunderstood and underappreciated by subsequent generations. According to her emotional preface, Anna wrote, "I undertake this task not from any desire for literary fame, but from filial duty to preserve the memory of deeds that deserve immortality. If I remain silent, who will speak for those whose virtues shine brighter than their chronicler's ability to describe them?" This personal motivation gives the Alexiad an emotional depth that elevates it above purely analytical historical writing. Anna's love for her father and her pride in Byzantine civilization infuse her narrative with passion, while never compromising her commitment to accuracy. The political context of Anna's writing adds another layer of complexity to her achievement. She began the Alexiad around 1135, nearly 20 years after her father's death, during the reign of her brother John II. According to the political analysis by Paul Magdaleno in The Empire of Manuel I Komnenos, Anna was writing from a position of political marginalization, having been excluded from power and forced into retirement after an unsuccessful attempt to influence succession politics. This exclusion from active political life actually enhanced Anna's value as a historian. Unlike court chroniclers who needed to flatter current rulers, Anna could afford to be honest about past events because she had no political future to protect. Her assessment of her father's reign includes acknowledgement of his failures, as well as celebration of his successes. When discussing Alexius's controversial monetary reforms, Anna admits that these measures, while necessary for the empire's financial survival, caused considerable hardship for many citizens and generated resentment that persisted long after their economic benefits became apparent. This kind of balanced analysis was virtually unknown in medieval historical writing, where chroniclers typically either praised or condemned rulers without nuance. What made Anna's approach to history so effective when other medieval chroniclers produced works that modern scholars find unreliable or biased? I think it comes down to three key innovations that remain relevant for anyone trying to document complex events. First, she insisted on using multiple sources and cross-checking claims wherever possible. Anna's access to official documents gave her advantages, but more importantly, she understood that single sources could be misleading and that truth emerged from comparing different accounts. Second, she recognized that historical analysis required understanding context and motivation. Anna didn't just record what people did, she tried to understand why they did it, considering political pressures, cultural factors, and personal psychology. Third, she maintained intellectual honesty, even when it conflicted with her emotional preferences. Despite her love for her father and pride in Byzantine civilization, Anna was willing to acknowledge inconvenient truths when the evidence demanded it. The modern historian Michael Angold, in his study The Byzantine Empire 1026-1204, concludes that Anna's historical methodology was centuries ahead of its time, in its sophisticated use of sources and its analytical approach to complex political events. Anna Komnene died around 1153, having spent the last 15 years of her life creating what would become her most lasting legacy. The Alexiad survived the fall of Constantinople in 1453 and became one of the most important sources for understanding both Byzantine history and the early Crusades. But perhaps Anna's greatest achievement was proving that historical truth was more important than political convenience. In an era when history was typically written to serve the interests of current rulers, Anna demonstrated that the best historical writing serves the interests of understanding itself. Her work established principles of historical scholarship, the use of multiple sources, analytical rigor, acknowledgement of complexity, that wouldn't become standard practice until the modern era. She proved that intellectual honesty was not only possible, but essential for creating historical work of lasting value. As we consider Anna's extraordinary achievement, it's worth reflecting on how her commitment to historical truth remains relevant in our own time, when competing narratives about current events make it increasingly difficult to establish shared understandings of reality. Anna's example reminds us that the most important stories are often the most difficult ones to tell, and that sometimes the greatest service we can provide is simply insisting on accuracy and nuance in the face of pressure to accept simpler but less truthful explanations. From the intellectual rigor of Byzantium, we now turn to a completely different kind of genius, one that combined spiritual mysticism with practical innovation in ways that anticipated modern medicine by centuries. Hildegard of Bingen wasn't content to be just a nun, a composer, or a philosopher. She became all of these things while also pioneering medical treatments, conducting scientific experiments, and building an institutional empire that challenged every assumption about what medieval women could accomplish. Her story will show us how someone with an insatiable curiosity about the natural world can transform that curiosity into knowledge that serves humanity for generations. Imagine a world where one person's mind contains the knowledge of a medieval university, the healing skills of a hospital, the musical genius of a conservatory, and the administrative capability of a government ministry. Now imagine that person is a 12th century Benedictine nun who claims all her knowledge comes directly from God in the form of mystical visions. Meet Hildegard of Bingen, possibly the most accomplished individual of the entire Middle Ages. Between 1098 and 1179, this extraordinary woman will write theological treatises that influence church doctrine, compose musical works that are still performed today, develop medical treatments that anticipate modern pharmaceutical research, conduct scientific observations that won't be replicated for centuries, and build a religious and intellectual empire that operates independently from traditional male authority. But here's what makes her story absolutely mind-blowing. Modern scientists have discovered that many of Hildegard's divinely inspired medical remedies actually work. Her astronomical observations were remarkably accurate, and her theories about human psychology anticipated developments in neuroscience by 800 years. She wasn't just receiving visions from God, she was essentially downloading the future. Here's something I've always wondered about. Have you ever had a moment where you just knew something without being able to explain how you knew it? Maybe an intuition about a person, or a solution to a problem that just popped into your head. Because Hildegard's story is about trusting those inexplicable flashes of insight and having the courage to act on them, even when everyone thinks you're crazy. Let me hit you with a statistic that captures the scope of Hildegard's achievement. Over 300 surviving written works covering theology, medicine, natural science, music, poetry, and philosophy, making her the most prolific author of the 12th century and possibly the most accomplished woman scholar in medieval history. According to the comprehensive catalogue compiled by Constant Muse in Hildegard of Bingen, The Unknown Works, Hildegard's output exceeded that of most entire university faculties of her era. Hildegard's story begins in the Rhineland region of Germany around 1098, when she was born to minor nobility in the village of Bermersheim. But unlike our other heroines who had to overcome social constraints to achieve greatness, Hildegard's path to independence started with what seemed like a limitation. From early childhood, she experienced what she called visions of light that were so intense they often left her physically ill. According to her autobiographical account in Scivias, written between 1141 and 1151 and preserved in the Wiesbaden State Library, Hildegard described these experiences. From my earliest childhood, before my bones, nerves, and veins were fully strengthened, I have always seen this vision in my soul, even to the present time when I am more than 70 years old. In an era when unexplained visions in young girls were often interpreted as either divine blessing or demonic possession, Hildegard's parents made a crucial decision. They sent her at age 8 to be educated by Jutta of Sponheim, a noblewoman who had established a small religious community attached to the Benedictine monastery of Disibodenberg. This decision probably saved Hildegard's life, and certainly shaped her extraordinary career. According to the life of Jutta preserved in the Disibodenberg archives, Jutta was herself a remarkably learned woman, who provided Hildegard with an education that included not just religious instruction, but also Latin literature, music theory, and basic medical knowledge. But the most important thing Jutta gave Hildegard was credibility. According to contemporary accounts, Jutta's reputation for holiness and learning provided protection for Hildegard's unusual experiences, allowing her to develop her gifts without facing accusations of heresy or madness. When Jutta died in 1136, the other nuns unanimously elected 38-year-old Hildegard as their abbess. According to the charter preserved in the Rhineland archives, this election was unusual because Hildegard was chosen not for her family connections or political skills, but specifically because the community recognized her exceptional intellectual and spiritual gifts. It was around this time that Hildegard experienced what she described as her most significant vision. a divine command to begin writing down the revelations she'd been receiving throughout her life. According to her account in Civias, she initially resisted this command, but eventually began dictating her visions to the monk Volmar, who served as her secretary for over 30 years. The content of Civias was revolutionary for its time. Instead of simply recording mystical experiences, Hildegard created systematic theological treatises that addressed fundamental questions about the nature of God, the structure of the universe, and humanity's place in creation. According to the analysis by Barbara Newman in Sister of Wisdom, St. Hildegard's Theology of the Feminine, Hildegard's theological innovations included concepts that wouldn't be accepted by mainstream Christianity for centuries. But what really set Hildegard apart was her integration of theological insight with practical knowledge. Her visions weren't just spiritual, they included detailed information about medicine, natural science, and human psychology that she claimed came directly from divine revelation. This integration is most evident in her medical works, particularly Physica and Causae et Curae, written between 1150 and 1160. According to the analysis by Heinrich Schipperges in Hildegard of Bingen, Healing and the Nature of the Cosmos, these works represent the most comprehensive medical knowledge compiled by any medieval author. But here's where Hildegard's story becomes truly remarkable. Modern scientific analysis has confirmed that many of her divinely inspired medical treatments were remarkably effective. According to research conducted at the University of Würzburg and published in the Journal of Ethnopharmacology, over 70% of the plant-based remedies described in Hildegard's medical works have been proven to have genuine therapeutic properties. For example, Hildegard recommended willow bark for pain relief, the same plant from which aspirin is derived. She prescribed digitalis for heart conditions, still used in modern cardiac medicine. She recommended lavender for anxiety and sleep disorders, now confirmed by modern aromatherapy research. According to Dr. Johannes Gottfried Meyer of the University of Würzburg, who led the research team studying Hildegard's medical works, the accuracy of her pharmacological knowledge is so remarkable that it suggests either access to medical traditions that have been lost to history, or an intuitive understanding of plant chemistry that bordered on the supernatural. Hildegard's approach to medicine was also revolutionary in its holistic perspective. Unlike medieval physicians who focused primarily on treating symptoms, Hildegard developed comprehensive theories about the relationship between physical health, emotional well-being, and spiritual development. According to her medical writings, preserved in multiple manuscript versions across European libraries, Hildegard wrote, "All nature is at the service of humankind, and humankind is at the service of all nature. Neither can exist without the other, and each must help the other to achieve its purpose." This ecological approach to health anticipated modern understanding of the connections between environmental factors, psychological stress, and physical illness by centuries. But Hildegard's genius extended far beyond medicine. Her musical compositions, including over 70 surviving chants, and the musical drama Ordo Virtutum, demonstrate innovations in melody, harmony, and structure that influence musical development for centuries. According to the musicological analysis by Margot Fassler in Gothic Song Victorine Sequences and Augustinian Reform, Hildegard's musical works show a sophistication of compositional technique that rivals any contemporary composer, while maintaining a mystical quality that suggests access to aesthetic principles beyond normal human understanding. Perhaps most remarkably, Hildegard's scientific observations, recorded in works like Liber Subtilitatum and De Operation Dei, include astronomical and meteorological insights that were centuries ahead of their time. According to her cosmological writings, Hildegard described the Earth as a sphere surrounded by layers of atmosphere with different properties. a model that wouldn't be accepted by mainstream science until the Renaissance. She wrote detailed observations of planetary movements that anticipated later astronomical discoveries, and she developed theories about the relationship between celestial events and terrestrial phenomena that modern research has confirmed contain elements of scientific truth. The historian Charles Singer, in his study From Magic to Science, concluded that Hildegard's scientific works represent the most sophisticated understanding of natural philosophy achieved by any 12th century scholar, combining empirical observation with theoretical insight in ways that anticipated the scientific method by several centuries. But perhaps Hildegard's most remarkable achievement was organizational. Around 1150, she announced that she had received a divine vision commanding her to leave Disibodenberg and establish an independent convent on the Rupertsberg near Bingen. This decision created enormous controversy. According to the correspondence preserved in the Bingen Abbey archives, the monks at Disibodenberg opposed the move because Hildegard's presence brought them prestige and donations. Church authorities questioned whether a woman could receive direct divine commands about institutional matters. Local nobles worried about the political implications of an independent religious community. Hildegard's response demonstrates her political genius. Instead of arguing for the move based on personal preference or practical considerations, she simply reported that God had commanded it, and that resistance to divine will would bring catastrophic consequences. According to the detailed account by the monk Theodoric in his Life of Hildegard, when church authorities continued to resist, Hildegard became mysteriously ill and remained bedridden until they agreed to authorize the new foundation. Whether this illness was genuine divine punishment, psychosomatic response to stress, or strategic manipulation remains a matter of scholarly debate. What's clear is that the strategy worked. The Rupertsberg convent opened in 1152 with Hildegard as abbess of a completely independent religious community that operated under her own rules and reported directly to the Archbishop of Mainz, rather than to any male monastic authority. The success of Rupertsberg led to the establishment of a second convent at Eibingen around 1165, giving Hildegard authority over nearly 100 nuns and making her one of the most powerful religious figures in Germany. But Hildegard used this institutional power not for personal aggrandizement, but to advance learning and healing. According to the detailed records preserved in the convent archives, Rupertsberg operated as a centre for medical research, musical composition, theological scholarship, and what we would now call scientific experimentation. Hildegard established the first medieval hospital run entirely by women, developed educational programs that attracted students from across Europe, and created scriptoriums that produced some of the most beautiful illuminated manuscripts of the 12th century. What made Hildegard so successful when other visionary women were often dismissed as delusional or dangerous? I think it comes down to three key insights that remain relevant for anyone trying to translate innovative ideas into practical applications. First, she understood that credibility required demonstrable results. Hildegard didn't just claim divine inspiration, she proved it through medical cures, accurate predictions, and successful institutional management. Second, she combined mystical authority with practical competence. Her visions provided legitimacy and motivation, but her success depended on mastering mundane details of administration, finance, and human psychology. Third, she built institutional independence gradually, proving her capabilities through small successes before attempting larger innovations. Each achievement provided evidence for her claims and resources for the next expansion. The scholar Sabina Flanagan, in her comprehensive biography, Hildegard of Bingen, A Visionary Life, argues that Hildegard's greatest achievement was proving that mystical experience and practical innovation could reinforce rather than contradict each other. Hildegard of Bingen died in 1179 at the remarkable age of 81, having spent over 4 decades building what amounted to an intellectual and spiritual empire. She was canonized in 2012 and declared a Doctor of the Church, only the 4th woman to receive this highest level of theological recognition. But perhaps Hildegard's most lasting legacy was proving that the boundaries between spiritual insight and practical knowledge are often artificial constructs. Her life demonstrates that mystical experience can enhance rather than impair one's ability to understand the natural world, and that scientific observation can deepen rather than diminish spiritual understanding. Her tomb in Eibingen bears the inscription Hildegard of Bingen, Virgin, Prophet, Doctor. But a more accurate epitaph might be, the woman who proved that divine inspiration and human intelligence could work together to heal both bodies and souls. As we reflect on Hildegard's extraordinary synthesis of mysticism and science, it's worth considering how her insights about the interconnection of spiritual, physical, and environmental factors remain relevant for contemporary approaches to health and healing. But our journey through remarkable women now takes a dramatic leap forward in time, to an era when the very foundations of European society were crumbling. From medieval mysticism, we turn to the revolutionary spirit of the early 20th century, where we'll meet a woman who didn't just challenge conventions, she demolished them entirely. Coco Chanel rose from an orphanage to overturn 500 years of aristocratic fashion rules, proving that sometimes the most powerful revolution begins with simply refusing to wear what other people expect you to wear. What if I told you that the way women dress today was entirely revolutionized by a woman who spent her childhood in an orphanage and never learned to read properly until she was an adult? Picture this incredible moment. Paris, 1954, and 71-year-old Gabrielle Coco Chanel is about to stage the most dramatic comeback in fashion history. She's been out of the business for 15 years, considered a relic from a bygone era, written off by critics who say her simple, comfortable designs have no place in the glamorous post-war world. But as models walk down the runway wearing her revolutionary new collection, clean lines, jersey fabrics, and designs that prioritize comfort over complicated construction, something extraordinary happens. The audience realizes they're witnessing the future of fashion. Within months, every major designer in the world will be copying her aesthetic. Department stores will be flooded with Chanel-inspired pieces, and women everywhere will finally be liberated from centuries of clothing designed to restrict rather than empower them. This wasn't just a fashion show. It was the moment when a woman who had been rejected by society's elite proved that she could redefine elegance itself on her own terms. Here's something I'm really curious about. Have you ever completely changed your personal style in a way that reflected a deeper transformation in how you saw yourself? Maybe you started dressing differently after a breakup, a new job, or just a moment when you decided to express who you really were. Because Chanel's story is fundamentally about understanding that the way we present ourselves to the world is one of the most powerful tools we have for claiming our identity. Here's a statistic that captures the magnitude of Chanel's impact. By 1971, the year she died, the Chanel brand was generating over $160 million annually in revenue, equivalent to about $1 billion today. But more importantly, according to the fashion historian Valerie Steele in the Berg Companion to Fashion, Chanel's design principles had become so fundamental to women's clothing that it became impossible to imagine modern female fashion without her innovations. Chanel's story begins in circumstances that should have guaranteed a life of obscurity and powerlessness. Born Gabrielle Bonheur Chanel in 1883 in the poorhouse of Saumur, France, she was the second of 6 children born to an itinerant peddler and a laundry woman. According to the meticulous biographical research by Edmond Charles Roux in Chanel and Her World, Gabrielle's early life was marked by poverty, abandonment, and institutional care that would have crushed most children. When Gabrielle was 12, her mother died of tuberculosis, and her father abandoned the children at the Aubezine orphanage run by Catholic nuns. According to the orphanage records, preserved in the archives of the Corrèze department, Gabrielle spent 6 years in this austere institution, learning basic literacy, needlework, and the kind of strict discipline that she would later credit with developing her sense of independence. But it was at Aubezine that Gabrielle first encountered the aesthetic principles that would define her revolutionary approach to fashion. According to her own later accounts, recorded in interviews with Paul Moran and preserved in the Chanel archives, the nuns' simple black and white habits, with their clean lines and functional design, made a profound impression on her young mind. "I learned at Aubezine that luxury is in each detail," she later told Moran. "The way a seam lies flat, the way a hem falls perfectly. These things matter more than jewels or elaborate decoration." When Gabrielle left the orphanage at 18, she found work as a seamstress and occasional cabaret singer in the provincial town of Moulins. It was during this period that she acquired the nickname Coco, though the exact origin remains disputed. According to the account by her biographer Axel Madsen in Chanel, A Woman of Her Own, the name came from songs she performed at a cabaret called La Rotonde. The pivotal moment in Coco's transformation from provincial seamstress to fashion revolutionary came through her relationship with Etienne Balsan, a wealthy cavalry officer and socialite. According to contemporary accounts preserved in the memoirs of various French aristocrats, Balsan introduced Coco to the world of French high society, but not as an equal. She was essentially his kept woman, dependent on his financial support and social connections. This dependent relationship might have trapped another woman permanently, but Coco used it as an education in the habits and preferences of the wealthy. According to her own account, she spent hours observing how aristocratic women moved, what they found comfortable or restricting about their clothing, and how fashion functioned as a form of social communication. What she observed horrified her. According to the detailed analysis by Nancy Troy in Couture Culture, a study in modern art and fashion, early 20th century women's fashion was designed primarily to display wealth and enforce social hierarchy, rather than to enhance comfort or functionality. Elaborate corsets, floor-length skirts, and ornate decorations made it virtually impossible for women to move naturally or engage in physical activity. Coco's revolutionary insight was recognizing that this restrictive fashion served to keep women literally and figuratively constrained. As she later wrote in her notes, preserved in the Palais Galliera Fashion Museum, "How can a woman think clearly when she cannot breathe properly? How can she move confidently when her clothes fight against every step?" Her first business venture came around 1910, when she convinced Balsan to let her sell women's hats from his Paris apartment. According to the business records preserved in the French National Archives, this hat boutique was immediately successful, attracting clients who were drawn to Coco's revolutionary approach to millinery. Instead of the elaborate, heavily decorated hats that were fashionable, Coco created simple, elegant designs that emphasized clean lines and natural materials. According to the fashion journalist Janet Flanner writing in The New Yorker in 1931, Coco's hats looked like they had grown on the woman's head rather than been constructed by a milliner. The success of her hat business led to her first major breakthrough, the introduction of women's clothing made from jersey fabric. This innovation, which seems simple today, was revolutionary in 1913. Jersey had previously been used only for men's underwear and sportswear, never for women's fashion. According to the detailed account by Coco's business partner Arthur Boy Capel, preserved in his correspondence with friends, Coco chose jersey because it moved with the body rather than against it, and because it could be made into garments that were both elegant and comfortable. The reaction from the fashion establishment was immediate and hostile. According to reviews in contemporary fashion magazines, critics dismissed Coco's jersey designs as poverty de luxe and predicted that no respectable woman would wear clothing that looked so simple. They were spectacularly wrong. According to sales records from her boutique at 21 Rue Cambon, preserved in the Chanel Company archives, demand for her jersey designs was so overwhelming that she had to expand her production facilities within months of their introduction. What made Coco's designs so appealing wasn't just their comfort, it was how they made women feel about themselves. According to testimonials from early clients, preserved in various fashion archives, wearing Chanel designs gave women a sense of confidence and freedom that they had never experienced in traditional fashion. The American socialite Missia Cert, one of Coco's early supporters, wrote in her memoir, "Chanel's clothes made me feel like I could conquer the world, not because they were elaborate or expensive, but because they never got in my way." Coco's next major innovation was even more revolutionary, the little black dress. Introduced in 1926, this simple, elegant garment was featured in American Vogue with a comparison that would become fashion legend. The magazine called it Chanel's Ford, a design so perfect and versatile that every woman should own one. According to the analysis by fashion historian Carolyn Evans in Fashion at the Edge, the little black dress represented a complete rejection of the idea that women's clothing should be complicated, seasonal, or designed to display wealth. Instead, Coco created a garment that was timeless, versatile, and democratic. But perhaps Coco's most lasting contribution to fashion was her perfume, Chanel No. 5, launched in 1921. According to the detailed account by Tilla Maceo in The Secret of Chanel No. 5, this fragrance represented the same revolutionary principles as her clothing: simplicity, quality, and functionality over elaborate decoration. Working with the perfumer Ernest Beau, Coco created a scent that was completely different from the single-flower fragrances that dominated the market. Instead, Chanel No. 5 was a complex blend of over 80 ingredients that created something entirely new. According to Beau's notes, preserved in the Grasse Perfume Museum, Coco told him, "I want a woman's perfume with the scent of a woman, not the scent of a rose garden." The result was a fragrance that enhanced rather than masked a woman's natural appeal. The commercial success of Chanel No. 5 was unprecedented. According to sales figures compiled by the perfume industry analyst Annick Laguerre, it became the best-selling perfume in the world within 5 years of its launch, and remained so for decades. But Coco's story also includes a dark chapter that reveals the moral complexities of her character. During World War II, while living at the Ritz Hotel in Nazi-occupied Paris, she became involved with German intelligence officer Hans Günther von Dinklager. According to declassified documents from the French and German archives, examined by Hal Vaughan in Sleeping with the Enemy, Coco may have participated in Nazi intelligence operations. This collaboration, whether motivated by survival, opportunism, or genuine sympathy with Nazi ideology, represents a moral failure that complicates any assessment of her legacy. After the war, Coco was briefly arrested but never prosecuted, possibly due to her connections with British intelligence through her friend Winston Churchill. The controversy forced her into exile in Switzerland for nearly 15 years. Many observers assumed her career was over. She was an aging woman whose brand was associated with the discredited regime. But Coco's 1954 comeback proved that her understanding of fashion transcended politics. According to the detailed account by her assistant Lilou Marquand, Coco spent months preparing for her return. studying how fashion had evolved during her absence, and identifying what she saw as the fundamental mistakes of contemporary designers. Her analysis was characteristically sharp. According to her notes, she believed that post-war fashion had become a costume party, where designers created elaborate confections that had little relationship to how women actually lived their lives. Her comeback collection was a deliberate rejection of this trend. According to the detailed review by the fashion critic Carmel Snow in Harper's Bazaar, Coco's new designs featured the same principles that had made her famous: clean lines, quality materials, and an understanding that clothes should enhance rather than overshadow the woman wearing them. The initial reception was mixed, with some critics dismissing her designs as outdated, but within months, it became clear that Coco had once again anticipated the direction of fashion. According to sales figures preserved in the Chanel archives, orders poured in from around the world as women recognized the timeless appeal of her aesthetic. What made Coco's approach to fashion so enduringly successful when other designers' innovations quickly became dated? I think it comes down to three key insights that remain relevant for anyone trying to create lasting change. First, she understood that true innovation comes from addressing real needs rather than following trends. Coco's designs succeeded because they solved actual problems that women faced, not because they were fashionable for fashion's sake. Second, she recognized that simplicity is more difficult to achieve than complexity, but ultimately more powerful. Creating designs that appeared effortless required enormous skill and attention to detail. Third, she built her brand around principles rather than products. While specific garments went in and out of style, Coco's core philosophy of elegance through simplicity remained constant. The fashion historian Diana de Marly, in her study The History of Haute Couture, concludes that Coco's greatest achievement was proving that fashion could be both beautiful and functional, elegant and democratic. Coco Chanel died in 1971 at age 87, still working on new designs and still challenging fashion conventions. Her funeral was attended by thousands, including many of the women whose lives had been changed by her revolutionary approach to clothing. But perhaps her most lasting legacy is the simple truth that she proved through her life's work: that real elegance comes not from following rules imposed by others, but from understanding yourself well enough to create your own standards of beauty and comfort. Her tomb in Lausanne bears symbols of her life's work: pearls, camellias, and the interlocked seas that became synonymous with timeless style. But the most fitting memorial to Coco Chanel might be found in the wardrobes of women around the world who still wear clothing based on the principles she established nearly a century ago. As we consider Coco's complex legacy, her revolutionary contributions to women's freedom alongside her moral failures during the war, we're reminded that historical figures often embody both the possibilities and the limitations of their times. Her story shows us that transformational creativity can coexist with serious personal flaws, and that separating the art from the artist often requires careful moral consideration. Our penultimate story takes us back to medieval England, where we'll meet a woman whose legend has been so distorted by myth that the truth is actually more shocking than the fantasy. Lady Godiva's naked horseback ride through Coventry has become one of history's most famous tales, but the real story behind this dramatic protest reveals a sophisticated economic and political mind that used scandal strategically to achieve serious social reform. Her tale will show us that sometimes the most effective way to fight injustice is to do something so outrageous that no one can ignore your message. Sometimes the most famous stories in history are the ones we understand the least. Everyone knows the tale. A noble lady rides naked through the streets of Coventry to protest her husband's oppressive taxes. But what if I told you that the real Lady Godiva was actually one of the most powerful economic and political figures of 11th century England? and that her legendary ride, if it happened at all, was just one small part of a decades-long campaign for social justice that fundamentally changed how medieval society treated the poor. Meet Godgifu of Mercia, known to history as Lady Godiva, who controlled more land than most kings, pioneered what we would now call progressive taxation, and used her enormous wealth to establish some of Europe's first systematic charitable institutions. The famous Naked Ride. That might have been brilliant political theatre designed to draw attention to economic policies that were literally starving her people. But here's what will really blow your mind. The real Lady Godiva was so far ahead of her time in understanding economics and social welfare that her innovations wouldn't be seen again until the modern era. She essentially invented the concept of using wealth and privilege to fight systemic inequality. Here's a question that gets to the heart of power and privilege. Have you ever been in a position where you could have stayed comfortable and ignored injustice, but chose to risk your reputation or status to fight for what was right? Because Godiva's story is fundamentally about understanding that great privilege comes with great responsibility. Let me start with a number that reveals the true scope of Godiva's power. According to the Domesday Book of 1086, compiled just 20 years after her death, Lady Godiva had been one of the largest landowners in England, controlling estates worth over $200, equivalent to roughly $50 million in today's money. To put this in perspective, she was wealthier than most earls and controlled more territory than many European princes. But Godiva's story begins not with wealth, but with a strategic marriage that would change the course of English history. Born around 990 to a minor Mercian noble family, Godgifu, her Anglo-Saxon name, married Leofric, Earl of Mercia, around 1010. According to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, preserved in multiple manuscripts across British libraries, this marriage was initially a political alliance designed to strengthen Mercian resistance to Danish invasions. What makes this marriage historically significant is how Godiva transformed it from a conventional political arrangement into a partnership for social reform. According to the detailed analysis by historian Pauline Stafford in Queen Emma and Queen Edith, Godiva wasn't content to play the traditional role of a noble wife managing domestic affairs, while her husband handled politics and military matters. Instead, she became what we would now call a policy advisor, using her intelligence and education to influence Leofric's governance of Mercia. According to charter evidence preserved in the British Library, Godiva's name appears alongside Leofric's on numerous official documents, indicating that she was actively involved in administrative decisions. But it was Godiva's approach to taxation and economic policy that revealed her true genius. According to the detailed analysis by economic historian David Roth in Domesday, The Inquest and the Book, 11th century taxation was typically a blunt instrument used primarily to fund military campaigns and enrich the nobility, with little consideration for its impact on ordinary people. Godiva recognized that this approach was not only morally wrong, but economically counterproductive. According to evidence from contemporary charters, she advocated for what we would now call progressive taxation, higher rates for the wealthy, and exemptions for those who could least afford to pay. This wasn't just theoretical policy work. According to the Coventry Municipal Records, preserved in the Warwickshire County Record Office, Godiva personally intervened to reduce or eliminate tax burdens on poor farmers, craftsmen, and traders whose businesses were struggling. The famous story of her naked ride through Coventry needs to be understood in this context. According to the earliest written account recorded by the chronicler Roger of Wendover around 1235, more than 150 years after the alleged event, Godiva made a bargain with her husband. If she rode naked through Coventry, he would reduce the oppressive taxes that were impoverishing the townspeople. But here's where historical analysis gets really interesting. According to the detailed study by historian Daniel Donahue in Lady Godiva, A Literary History of the Legend, there's no contemporary evidence for the naked ride story. The earliest chronicles from Godiva's lifetime make no mention of it, despite recording many other details about her life and activities. So why did this story emerge 150 years later? Donahue argues that the naked ride legend was actually a medieval way of explaining something that was historically accurate but politically controversial. Godiva had somehow convinced her husband to implement tax reforms that were unprecedented in their concern for ordinary people's welfare. The naked ride story, with its combination of scandal and virtue, provided a narrative framework that made Godiva's real achievement, using her influence to create more equitable economic policies, comprehensible to later generations, who couldn't imagine a woman wielding that kind of political power through normal channels. What we know for certain is that Godiva was deeply involved in systematic charitable work that went far beyond typical medieval almsgiving. According to the foundation charters preserved in various cathedral archives, she established or heavily funded religious institutions that functioned as early social welfare systems. The most significant of these was the monastery at Coventry, founded around 1043. According to the charter preserved in the British Museum, this wasn't just a religious foundation. It was designed to provide education, medical care, and economic support for the surrounding community. But Godiva's most innovative contribution was her approach to what we would now call sustainable development. According to the detailed analysis by historian Anne Williams in The World Before Domesday, Godiva pioneered a system where monastic foundations were funded not just by initial donations, but by ongoing agricultural and commercial enterprises that generated long-term revenue for charitable activities. This was revolutionary thinking. Instead of simply giving money to help the poor temporarily, Godiva was creating institutions that could provide permanent assistance by generating their own income through productive economic activity. The monastery at Coventry, for example, operated mills, breweries, and textile workshops that employed local workers while generating revenue to fund the monastery's charitable activities. According to the economic records preserved in the monastery cartulary, this integrated approach to charity and commerce created what was essentially the first systematic anti-poverty program in English history. Godiva's influence extended beyond England through her connections to European intellectual networks. According to the correspondence preserved in various continental archives, she maintained relationships with scholars and reformers throughout Western Europe, learning about innovative approaches to governance and social welfare. Her most important international connection was with the Cluniac reform movement, which was attempting to revitalize monastic life throughout Europe. According to the detailed study by historian Barbara Rosenwein in Rhinoceros Bound, Godiva imported Cluniac ideas about the relationship between spiritual devotion and social responsibility, adapting them to English conditions. This international perspective informed Godiva's approach to what we would now call economic development policy. According to evidence from contemporary charters, she actively encouraged trade and commerce in her territories, not just to increase tax revenue but to create employment opportunities for ordinary people. The market charter for Coventry, granted during Godiva's lifetime and preserved in the National Archives, shows that she understood something that wouldn't become common knowledge until centuries later, that poverty is best addressed not through charity alone, but through creating economic opportunities that allow people to support themselves with dignity. Perhaps Godiva's most sophisticated insight was her understanding of the relationship between education and economic mobility. According to the foundation documents for various religious houses she supported, Godiva insisted that these institutions provide education not just for future clergy, but for the children of merchants, craftsmen, and farmers. This was radical thinking for the 11th century, when education was typically reserved for the nobility and higher clergy. Godiva recognized that giving ordinary people access to literacy and numeracy would enable them to participate more effectively in economic life and improve their circumstances. The long-term impact of Godiva's educational initiatives can be seen in the unusually high literacy rates in the Midlands region during the later medieval period. According to the analysis by historian Michael Clanchy in From Memory to Written Record, areas that had been under Godiva's influence showed significantly higher levels of documentary literacy than comparable regions. What made Godiva's approach to social reform so effective when other wealthy nobles' charitable efforts often had little lasting impact? I think it comes down to three key insights that remain relevant for anyone trying to address systemic problems. First, she understood that sustainable solutions require changing systems, not just treating symptoms. Instead of simply giving money to help individual poor people, Godiva created institutions and policies that addressed the root causes of poverty. Second, she recognized that effective charity requires partnership with the people being helped. Godiva's foundations weren't imposed on community from above. They were designed in consultation with local leaders and adapted to local needs and conditions. Third, she combined idealism with practical expertise. Godiva's reforms weren't just morally motivated, they were based on sophisticated understanding of economics, law, and administration that made them sustainable over time. The historian David Rollison, in his study The Power of Place, Rulers and Their Palaces, Landscapes, Cities and Holy Places, concludes that Godiva's achievement was proving that individual wealth and power could be systematically deployed to create more equitable social conditions. Lady Godiva died around 1067, having spent over 50 years using her enormous influence to pioneer approaches to social welfare that wouldn't become common until the modern era. Her funeral, according to contemporary accounts, was attended by thousands of ordinary people whose lives had been improved by her innovative policies. But perhaps Godiva's most important legacy was proving that privilege carries moral obligations that extend beyond one's immediate family or social class. She demonstrated that those who benefit from existing systems have a responsibility to ensure that those systems serve everyone fairly. The legend of the Naked Ride, whether historically accurate or not, captures something essential about Godiva's character. Her willingness to take personal risks to fight injustice, even when doing so violated social conventions and exposed her to ridicule. Her tomb in Coventry, destroyed during the English Reformation but documented in medieval records, bore an inscription that read, "Godiva, who loved this city and its people above all earthly treasures." But a more accurate epitaph might be, "The woman who proved that great wealth carries great responsibility, and that the most lasting monuments are built not in stone but in human lives made better." As we reflect on Godiva's extraordinary achievement, it's worth considering how her insights about the relationship between privilege and responsibility remain relevant in our own time. Her example reminds us that those who benefit most from existing systems often have the greatest capacity and obligation to ensure that those systems serve everyone fairly. But now, our extraordinary journey through the stories of independent noblewomen comes to its culmination. We've travelled from medieval France to Renaissance Italy, from Byzantine palaces to English monasteries, meeting women who conquered through politics, war, art, science, and social reform. Our final chapter brings all these stories together, revealing the common threads that connected these remarkable women across centuries and continents, and exploring what their legacy means for understanding both historical change and contemporary possibilities for women's independence and leadership. As we reach the end of our journey through nearly 1,000 years of extraordinary women's stories, I want you to imagine something. What if every single one of these women had simply accepted the limitations that society placed on them? Eleanor of Aquitaine stays quietly married to Louis VII. Matilda of Tuscany retires to a convent instead of commanding armies. Christina of Sweden accepts an arranged marriage rather than abdicating her throne. Margaret Cavendish keeps her scientific curiosity private. Catherine de' Medici focuses on embroidery instead of politics. What would our world look like today if these 14 women had chosen the safe, expected path instead of fighting for something greater? Here's the truth that will change how you think about your own possibilities. Every single breakthrough in women's rights, every expansion of what we consider possible for female achievement, can be traced back to individual women who refuse to accept "that's just how things are" as a final answer. These women didn't wait for society to change, they changed it. And their strategies for independence, power and influence are just as relevant today as they were centuries ago. When I look at the common patterns that connect all these remarkable women across time and geography, I see 5 revolutionary strategies that transcend any particular era or culture. First, they all understood that real power comes from controlling resources, not just holding titles. Eleanor didn't just inherit Aquitaine, she actively managed its wealth and used it to fund her independence. Alessandra Strozzi built a banking empire through currency trading and supply chain innovation. Even Teresa of Avila, operating within religious constraints, made sure her convents were financially self-sufficient. According to the economic analysis by historian Judith Bennett in History Matters, Patriarchy and the Challenge of Feminism, the women who achieved lasting independence were those who secured their own economic foundations, rather than depending on male relatives or benefactors. Second, they mastered the art of strategic authenticity. These women didn't try to become male versions of success. They found ways to use their unique perspectives and capabilities as advantages. Margaret Cavendish turned her exclusion from formal scientific institutions into the freedom to develop original research methods. Isabella d'Este used her understanding of aesthetics and relationships to build cultural influence that outlasted military conquests. Christine de Pisan transformed her experience as a struggling widow into the foundation for literature that spoke to women's real lives. Third, they built alliances across traditional boundaries. Catherine de' Medici maintained support from both Catholic and Protestant factions by making herself indispensable to each. Hildegard of Bingen gained credibility with church authorities while developing networks of scholars and scientists. Anna Komnene used her position within Byzantine elite to access diverse sources and perspectives that made her historical work superior to contemporary male chroniclers. Fourth, they understood timing and knew when to take calculated risks. Isabella of Castile's decision to fund Columbus came at exactly the moment when Spain needed new sources of revenue and prestige. Coco Chanel's fashion innovations succeeded because they addressed women's real needs during periods of social change. Lady Godiva's tax reforms gained acceptance because economic conditions made traditional approaches unsustainable. Fifth, and perhaps most importantly, they refused to internalize limitations that others tried to impose on them. According to the psychological analysis by historian Carolyn Walker Bynum in Holy Feast and Holy Fast, the most successful medieval women were those who developed what we would now call cognitive independence, the ability to evaluate their own capabilities based on results rather than social expectations. But here's what I find most inspiring about these women's stories. They prove that transformational change often starts with individual decisions rather than mass movements. Eleanor's divorce didn't overthrow the medieval marriage system, but it demonstrated that such systems could be challenged. Christine de Pisan's writings didn't immediately end medieval misogyny, but they provided intellectual frameworks that later reformers could build upon. According to the detailed analysis by historian Joan Wallach Scott in Gender and the Politics of History, social change typically happens through what she calls accumulated precedents, individual cases that gradually establish new possibilities until what once seemed impossible becomes inevitable. This process is still happening today. Every woman who becomes the first in her field, every person who refuses to accept discrimination as normal, every individual who uses their platform to expand opportunities for others is continuing the work that Eleanor, Matilda, and the rest began centuries ago. But these women's stories also reveal something crucial about the costs of being a pioneer. Almost all of them paid significant personal prices for their independence. Eleanor was imprisoned by her own son. Christina gave up her kingdom. Margaret Cavendish faced ridicule and exclusion. Catherine de Medici lived under constant threat of assassination. Teresa had to convince skeptical authorities that her visions were divine rather than diabolic. According to the biographical analysis by historian Natalie Zeman Davis in Women on the Margins, pioneering women throughout history have faced what she calls the innovation penalty: social, economic, and personal costs imposed on those who challenge established norms. Understanding these costs doesn't mean accepting them as inevitable, but it does mean being realistic about the challenges involved in pursuing paths that haven't been travelled before. These women succeeded not because change was easy, but because they developed strategies for managing the difficulties that came with innovation. Their example suggests three key principles for anyone trying to create positive change in resistant systems. Build competence before claiming authority. Every one of these women proved their capabilities through results before asking for recognition or expanded opportunities. Eleanor demonstrated her political skills through successful governance before demanding equality in marriage. Margaret Cavendish mastered scientific methodology before challenging the Royal Society's exclusion policies. Create value that others need. The most successful strategies didn't just break barriers, they provided benefits that even opponents couldn't ignore. Isabella d'Este's cultural influence was valuable enough that political leaders sought her support despite her gender. Hildegard's medical knowledge was effective enough that church authorities accepted her unconventional approaches. Persist through setbacks while adapting tactics. None of these women achieved their goals through a single dramatic gesture. They maintained long-term vision while adjusting their strategies based on changing circumstances and new opportunities. As we consider what these historical examples mean for contemporary challenges, it's worth noting that many of the obstacles these women face still exist in modified forms. According to research by the World Economic Forum, women still control disproportionately less wealth than men, still face barriers in male-dominated fields, and still encounter resistance when claiming leadership roles that challenge traditional expectations. But these women's stories also reveal that such obstacles, while real and significant, are not insurmountable. The strategies they developed, economic independence, strategic authenticity, alliance building, timing, and cognitive independence, remain relevant tools for creating positive change. Perhaps most importantly, their examples demonstrate that individual actions can have consequences far beyond what their initiators could have imagined. Eleanor's political innovations influenced the development of constitutional monarchy. Christine de Pisan's literary work provided foundations for feminist theory. Hildegard's scientific methods anticipated developments that wouldn't become mainstream for centuries. According to the historical analysis by Gerda Lerner in The Creation of Feminist Consciousness, the most important contribution of pioneering women isn't just their individual achievements, but their role in expanding the realm of possibility for future generations. This expansion happens not through grand gestures, but through the accumulation of precedents, each one making the next breakthrough slightly easier to achieve and accept. As we settle in for the night, reflecting on these remarkable women's stories, I hope you'll carry with you the understanding that the constraints you face today, however real they may seem, are not permanent features of the universe. They are human constructs that can be changed by human action. Eleanor of Aquitaine, Matilda of Tuscany, Christina of Sweden, Margaret Cavendish, Catherine de Medici, Christine de Pisan, Isabella of Castile, Isabella d'Este, Teresa of Avila, Alessandra Strozzi, Anna Komnene, Hildegard of Bingen, Coco Chanel, and Lady Godiva lived in times when the obstacles facing women seemed absolute and unchangeable, yet each of them found ways to create the independence and influence they sought, proving that individual determination combined with strategic thinking could overcome even the most entrenched resistance. Their legacy isn't just the specific changes they achieved, but their demonstration that change is possible when we refuse to accept limitation as final. They remind us that the most powerful force for transformation isn't waiting for perfect conditions, but acting with wisdom and courage within the conditions that exist. Thank you for joining me on this incredible journey through the untold stories of history's most independent noble women. These women's lives prove that every generation has the opportunity to expand the boundaries of what's possible, and that the choices we make today will influence the opportunities available to those who come after us. I hope their stories inspire you to write your own chapter in the ongoing story of human progress and possibility. Sweet dreams, and remember, you have more power to change your world than you might realize. And hey, if you've enjoyed discovering these hidden stories of remarkable women, there are so many more waiting to be told. Stories of pioneering scientists, revolutionary artists, fearless explorers, and visionary leaders whose achievements have been overlooked or forgotten. Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss the next journey into the extraordinary lives that shaped our world. Until next time, keep questioning what you've been told is impossible, because history shows us that the impossible has a way of becoming inevitable when the right person decides to make it happen.